That never works. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, folks. All right, I'm going to call the room back to order. We're going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone, please stand. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One day. Algún día. True, that is true.
All right, broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, September 22nd at 12 p.m. and Tuesday, September 23rd at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 4.3, our stellar student, introduced by Board Member Jean.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Good evening, everybody. We have two amazing students from California Middle School. Please come on up. So our first is Brett Littrell. Brett is an exceptional student who continues to inspire our school community with her resilience, determination, and positivity. Despite facing personal health challenges, she remains actively involved in sports, maintains straight A's, and approaches each day with an amazing attitude. Brett exemplifies strength, excellence, and leadership. Congratulations, Brett. Our second student this evening is Rafe Fleming. Rafe is a stellar student who exemplifies resilience, kindness, and academic excellence. Despite experiencing the profound loss of his brother last year, he continues to maintain straight A's, stay actively involved in sports, and consistently shows maturity, responsibility, and unwavering politeness. Rafe is a true example of strength and perseverance. Congratulations, Rafe. Would either of you like to share anything?
I just want to thank Mr. Dobreski for helping me and my family during this tough time, and I'd like to thank the Sac City School Board for recognizing me for this award. It means a lot. Thank you.
I just want to start by thanking the SCUSD School Board for having me here tonight. And I especially want to thank Principal Dobescu for being so supportive and encouraging, especially throughout the past 6 months. He has been here to support my family and I through thick and thin. Lastly, I would like to thank all Cal Middle School staff and students for being my second family. They've carried me through everything, and I'm so proud to be a Cal Bear. Also, congratulations to my friend and classmate Rafe Fleming for his recognition. Much love and thank you.
All right, I have these awesome certificates for you. We're going to come down and take a photo. Family, you're welcome to join us. Take some pictures.
All right. I'm a Cal Bear too. Me too. Yeah. Old school Cal Bear. Congratulations. Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to item 5.0. And do you have any announcements to make of action taken in closed session?
Good evening, President Singh. There are 3 announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a memorandum of understanding with SCTA resolving a grievance on behalf of 2 certificated employees by a vote of 6-0 with member Rhodes absent. Second, the board approved a settlement agreement resolving a certificated employee discipline matter by a vote of 6-0 with member Rhodes absent. The third announcement will come from your superintendent.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment. By a vote of 6-0 with board member Rhodes absent, the board approved the appointment of Lily Leon Thompson as principal of OW Earlywine Elementary School.
All right. Thank you so much. 6.0, agenda adoption. I'll move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Perfect. Public comment. Brian, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do, sir. We have about 12 cards tonight. We'll begin with Kaylin King and George Zinner, and they'll be followed by David Wong.
Hi, my name is Kaylin King, and this is George Zinner. We are 2 adapted PE specialists in the district, and today we are here to present on the Special Olympics Unified events that we will be hosting this year. Just a brief overview of what adapted PE specialists are, so you guys know, is that we work with kids in special education and increasing their gross motor skills and providing them movement opportunities both in the schools and out in the community. So today we're going to basically bring awareness to the Special Olympics Unified events that we will be hosting, that we do every year. And we just want to expand involvement from school staff, district staff, and the community in these events that we host. We work closely with the high schools to host these events. So the 3 that we will be having this year are soccer, basketball, and track and field. They will all be at 3 different high schools. We have the dates on the flyer. And we typically work with, 10 middle schools, high schools, and transition sites typically participate in these events, but we are looking to expand it. So George will talk about a little bit more about what it is.
All right, like Kaylin said, I'm George Zinner. Special Olympics Unified includes both students in special ed and general education, so it's a very inclusive environment. The difference between Special Olympics Unified events and traditional Special Olympics is that traditional Special Olympics only has people with disabilities and usually is on weekends for their competitions. Ours generally happen during the school day. Let's see. All the schools participating this year are what's called a champion school. It means they have a commitment to unified sports, inclusive youth leadership, and whole school engagement. And then we have a lot of involvement in these things. We have general physical education, adaptive physical education, occupational therapy, physical therapy, administration teams come out, youth leadership, extracurricular sports, fans in the stands, parents, and much more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, member of school board. My name's David Wong. I work as an instructional aide at Luther Burbank High School. Many classified employees at the Sacramento City Unified School District are the lowest paid employee in the district. Many of them earn less than $3,000 after tax. With the high cost of living, those people are living in poverty. Unfortunately, I am in that group. I have 22 years of experience as an instructional aide. I work with students with physical disability, students with autism, students with learning disability, and students with behavioral issue. Assisting physically disabled students in the restroom is a demanding task that places great physical strain on the human body. Assisting students with autism, students with learning disability, and students with behavioral issue require a great deal of patience and compassion. The job of an instructional aide is a challenging job, yet the district wants to pay these people the least amount of money. The thing is, good luck retaining workers and recruiting more new workers. Many people do not want to work for the district because of the low wage. Classified workers such as instructional aide, food service worker, custodian, campus monitor, office technician, and bus driver provide an essential service to the education system. They help the school system to operate. Please do the right thing and provide them a liberal wage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Angeline Andal, followed by Denise Morgan, and then Deborah Durazo.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to say that since I've been here last time, we have managed to hire 12 more health aides. Fantastic. That's still short of the, I believe, 50 you've greenlit us to have in addition to the 13 that we were in number. So we have a total of 25 health aides. Whopping number, right? If the only problem we were having was hiring health aides, then I'm sure surely we will fill them at some point, but we are running into the issue of retention as well. Obviously, the problem of having health aides and hiring them is going to be based on the wage. We don't have a competitive wage to work and get people to want to work for the district when you have hospitals that can pay you $25 an hour just to work in the gift shop. So if you're an LVN, why would you want to work for our district? Right? Of those 12 health aides we have hired, only, I believe, 2 or 3 of them are LVNs. It is very difficult to attract actual LVNs with what we are offering. We are requesting also training. I'm sure at some point other people will come up here and mention training. It was mentioned earlier and we're going to mention it again. That is one of the reasons that retention is difficult. So I just want to come back here, touch base and update you that we would still like some training so that we can maintain our health aides and give them the support they need to effectively provide the care for your students, our community members, our children, and even our coworkers, because we get trained on things that would be crucial when it comes to time and waiting for EMS to arrive. So All in all, I think that if you guys could provide us training and adequate pay, we could get the full staffing that we are asking for so that we can go and prevent any mishaps or at least minimize them at our schools so that we can really support what we say as a district, that we care about our community, and we understand that there are going to be institutional problems. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. I am Deborah Durazo. I am the SEIU chapter secretary. Good evening, Superintendent Lisa Allen and board members and new face, student board member. As part of the bargaining team, so I'm just here. As you all know, we're in the middle of our contract negotiations, and what we're finding or what we're hearing is that, the district is going to spend this year about $30 million on outside contractors. And those are positions that should be filled by employees in our district, not just a contractor. It's easy, of course, when a contracted employee isn't doing their job to be able to release them, and then those funds get released into a new contractor. And with an employee, it's not that easy. The employee, if the student moves away or the student is no longer at our school, of course, we still have to employ that employee, but hopefully we could put that employee at another school site with another student that possibly doesn't have an instructional aide. Instructional aides, we know how essential they are to our student success. We have over 300 vacancies in the instructional aide positions, and by continuing to use contracted employees, we're never going to fill that need because it's just a constant, well, we'll just put somebody in there. We're going to put a body in there. We don't want that. We don't want that for our students. We don't want it for our employees. Most important is that Sac City Unified, we know the priority is our students. We know that. And our union, our members, that's who we want. We want strong employees, and we want them to be dedicated. We want them to be here. You heard David, who's been here for over 20 years. We have members who have been here over 20 years. So, sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Board Trustees, Superintendent Allen. My name is Denise Morgan, and I'm the President for 3rd District PTA for the 2025-2027 term. We support more than 145 school PTAs and schools in Sacramento and 7 surrounding counties. We have more than 20 units, PTA units here in Sac City. 3rd District's membership includes more than 10,000 families, educators, and community members that believe in the power of PTA. I am here in support of the commitment you have made to provide the legally mandated educational opportunities in arts and music pursuant to Prop 28, that commitment reflected in your consent agenda tonight. Here in 3rd District, we recognize there is a shortage of teachers. We want to help bridge gaps by helping bring awareness to parents and families of what Prop 28 is intended for, while also uplifting the potential career pathways that exist for aspiring art and music teachers. One of our efforts is a webinar on October 29th. We are co-hosting with Friends of Sacramento Arts, who you might know is a partner to your visual and performing arts program. They, like PTA, strongly advocate for increased access to arts education in K through 12th grades. Our webinar is intended to align our community's understanding of the efforts underway to help fully implement the intention of Prop 28. Another incredible event we have is with B Street Theater that aligns to our national PTA program called Reflections. Reflections is a free PTA program where all ages, abilities, and skills can participate and includes accessible categories for students with disabilities. Artists who submit Reflections entries by November 1st will be invited along with their families for a special showing at B Street Theater of their super fun holiday performance, 'Tis the Season. All submitted artwork will be on special display for all invited guests to see and appreciate. The students and their families will also hear about B Street Theater's on-campus workshops and their student programs, which absolutely align with your consent agenda related to expanded access and opportunities to field trips. We have more than 20 PTA units in your district, and we hope you will urge them to consider a Reflections program in their school. We'll invite all of you to our events. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We have about half a dozen speakers on our next topic. We'll begin with Natalie Rubio, followed by Denise Morgan and Rick Akers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie. I'm a 12-year-old Girl Scout, and I'm working on my Silver Award to make sure that students stay safe when it gets dangerously hot outside. In 2022, during Sacramento's 116-degree heat wave, the air conditioning in my school's cafeteria broke, and we had to eat lunch outside for several days. Later, I gave a class presentation about the heat wave, and about a third of my class told me that they felt sick while eating outside. But they didn't realize that they're showing signs of heat illness. Every year, kids across California are hospitalized from heat illness. Some have even died. Most of the time, kids are just told to drink water and stay in the shade, but we aren't taught what heat illness actually feels like. And kids are even more susceptible to heat illness than adults because we can't regulate our core temperature as well. Kids know the signs before adults can see them. That's why kids need to know the symptoms in their own bodies and not just rely on adults to notice. By the time that a teacher notices that someone looks really sick, it might already be too late to prevent an emergency. That's why I'm asking that schools teach every student, kindergarten through 12th grade, a short, interactive lesson each year on the signs of heat illness and what to do. Plus a quick reminder during official heat waves and heat advisories. If kids know that feeling dizzy, nauseous, or having a really bad headache means that they need to stop playing and get help, they'll be able to protect themselves from worsening symptoms. Kids can't protect themselves from what they don't know. Heat illness is preventable, and with this simple education, we can save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I fix your sign?
Hi again. My name again, Denise Morgan, President of 3rd District PTA for the 2025-2027 term. I am here. I was introduced to Natalie when she contacted California State PTA to learn more about the advocacy efforts that we support related to students' health and safety. She asked if we would be willing to write a letter of support, and I offered instead to come here and give a public comment. California State PTA has long been a champion and advocate in support of students' health and safety. Our advocacy efforts include resolutions that come from our members and call attention to a problem and a need for action on a particular issue. Resolutions are a major source of authorities that guide our advocacy at the local, regional, and state levels. Natalie's request to you today that students get a lesson each year on how to recognize and respond to heat illness aligns very closely with the resolution that California State PTA passed 10 years ago in 2015 called Climate Change is a Children's Issue and is still vitally relevant today. Our resolution urges school districts to educate students on climate and energy literacy and human sustainability, and specifically urges districts to educate students on extreme heat and its consequences, which is part of climate literacy. Our resolution also urges school districts to provide students with education on how to recognize and respond to heat illness in extreme heat situations. 3rd District PTA is in strong support of Natalie's advocacy efforts, and we are honored to support her with our public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Rick Akers, followed by Katie McCammon, Dr. Flo Kofer, and then Justin Sylvia.
Hello, board. My name is Rick Akers. I am a construction full-time safety manager, OSHA outreach trainer, and a two-time, unfortunately, victim of heat illness myself. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to highlight the urgent need to educate both children and adults about heat-related illnesses, especially as we continue to see rising temperatures, more frequent heat waves, and longer seasons. Yesterday is a prime example of it being 98 degrees being mid-September. First, heat-related illnesses like heat exhaustion and heat stroke are preventable, as Natalie stated, but only if people know the signs and how to respond. Many children and adults don't recognize early the symptoms, which tend to escalate quickly into life-threatening situations. Second, children are more vulnerable Their bodies heat up faster than adults, and they may not always communicate how they're feeling. Without education, we risk the warning signs. Third, it's not just a summer issue. Heat is becoming more common in spring and fall. Education needs to go beyond seasonal reminders. It should be part of health and safety curriculum. Fourth, schools, sports programs, and workplaces all have a role to play. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are empowering teachers, coaches with the knowledge about hydration, recognizing symptoms, and safe practices and procedures, but not educating our children in schools' health curriculums. Finally, education promotes equity. Low-income communities often face higher heat risks due to less access to cooling solutions. So why not send children home with information on how to protect or handle symptoms from heat illness as well? So in short, heat illness education isn't just health knowledge, it's a life-saving tool. I urge this board to consider how we can integrate this critical topic into our schools and community outreach programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Katie McCammon. I'm the program director and youth coordinator with 350 Sacramento, a climate justice organization local to Sacramento. As someone who also works with young people in our community, I share my concern for the lack of action to protect and restore their future. We're experiencing rollbacks to our environmental protections right now at a time when we should see leaders expanding those protections. I listen to stories from young people like Natalie about their anxieties and fears about a hotter future with more fire, pollution, and less nature. This is not the future we should be creating. The community must come together and quickly adopt climate adaptive and mitigating efforts. In particular, Sacramento must protect and adapt against the projected increases in extreme heat that have already caused unjust levels of harm. Solutions include electrification of the grid and transportation, non-fossil fuel-based energy, native ecology restoration, and publicly supporting policies like the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. SCUSD can boldly take a stand to support all and more solutions like these. We can support youth and solutions to the climate and heat crisis we face by joining young people across the state on October 24th to demand top polluters pay for climate damages. We may lack environmentally aware government, but that does not mean we stop working here in our communities and with young people. Let's be more courageous and caring for the sake of youth, our beautiful community, and our ecological future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Flo, followed by Justin Sylvia.
Good evening, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Flo Kofer, and I stand before you today as a lifetime Girl Scout and awardee of the Silver and Gold Award, as well as a public health professional and a community organizer. And I am here because I was organized to be here, like many of the other speakers you've already heard from, by Natalie, who's working on her Gold Award project. And I just want to lift up that she is also a student in Sac City Unified, and that's why her project is focused on her own community, which is what we look for in Girl Scouts. I'm also a former member of the Girl Scouts Heart of Central California board, which includes the troop that Natalie is in. And so it is my honor to stand before you to echo and lift up what has already been said by speakers before me about the importance of heat illness. Heat illness is something that we can take action to prevent, and one of the core public health principles is prevention. We want to make sure that we are doing things to keep our community safe instead of waiting until they are in crisis to be able to act. And so it really is important that we take seriously what Natalie has lifted up and think about the ways that we can integrate this into the curriculum. But furthermore, I am so proud to be able to see students taking action on the problems that they see around them. This is about leadership. It is exactly what we want to see from Sac City Unified. And so I hope that today, having heard from Natalie and others that she organized, again, like put together one of the most professional videos I have seen in a long time to be able to educate others about this issue. And I hope that you not only lift up what she said here, but really take seriously her ask to include this in the curriculum to make sure that this is something that's institutionalized so that we have students aware of the symptoms, we have parents aware of the symptoms, we have teachers aware of the symptoms, and we actively have a safety plan in place to make sure that our students are safe when they are in our care in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Sylvia, and I'm a captain and the public information officer for the Sacramento Fire Department, as well as a paramedic. I was asked by a student named Natalie to speak on the heat-related issues. With hotter temperatures and longer, warmer seasons, our community, especially those involved in outdoor activities like sports and working outside, are increasingly at risk for conditions like heat exhaustion and, more importantly, heat stroke. These aren't just uncomfortable experiences. They can be life-threatening. Symptoms can range from headaches and nausea to confusion, fainting, and dangerously high body temperatures. The risk is highest during the first few days of the heat before the body has time to adjust. And unfortunately, children are more susceptible than adults. Clinically, heat stroke can present with an altered mental status, dry skin, and core temperatures exceeding 104 degrees. It is a time-sensitive emergency, and rapid cooling and fluid resuscitation are essential. But beyond treatment, prevention must be part of the mission. But the good news is these are entirely preventable. As a community, we can take proactive steps. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Not only with water, but electrolyte replacement as well. Modify outdoor activity schedules during the high heat. Educate the community to recognize early signs of this illness. Get physical outdoor activities done at an earlier time of the day when temperatures are still cool. With these simple steps, we can all stay safe from these preventable heat-related injuries. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
All right, thank you, Brian. Thank you for everyone's public comments. And I'm going to move on to our consent agenda 8.0. We'll see if we have the motion.
We do have public comment on
Oh, yes,
consent.
public comment. I forgot.
We have about 9 speakers altogether, so we'll use the full 15 minutes here.
Yes, please.
We'll begin with Jay Chenier, followed by Sue Chiminelli and Elvia Vasquez.
Good evening. I'm Jay Chenier, Superintendent, members of the board. We are really here to say thank you to you all for showing leadership in our community about Ride-Free RT. I know your superintendent has lobbied for this and has also really stood up when it mattered most to make sure that we have enough funding for the young people in our community. Probably 25% of the students ride in your school district. And also on those students, it costs about 17 cents per boarding. So it's a good deal, basically. I mean, young people need it to get to school. They need it for after-school sports, after-school programming, jobs if they have those. It's just something that we need to do to show that we care about our young people and what is right to do. RT has, suffered a little bit through COVID. This program had about 2.2 million rides in FY11. In 21, during COVID, it got down to 534,000 student rides. Right now, it's back up well over 4.4 million. And again, 25% of those young people are riding in the district. So we want to continue to talk to you, but we're here and you'll hear from us very briefly. But just to say thank you for your leadership, and Superintendent especially, thank you for your leadership.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Superintendent Lisa and everyone here. My name is Sylvia Vasquez, and I'm a community organizer. And I just want to say also thank you. These times are hard, I know, because I just finished a meeting where we're talking about cuts and cuts and cuts. And we know that who suffer the most is brown and black students, low-income communities. And I know because some parents would like to be here. Sometimes they have to work 2 jobs. So it's very hard, and that's why they use the RT program, and they just mentioned also environment, right? Attendance and many benefits from this. My son himself, he's in the district here. He is volunteering native plants he goes to Rancho Cordova, I forgot the place there. So he takes at times the ride, but also he's in sports and times they have to train far away, like Folsom area. And I know other students with him, they also use the ride. So I think it's very important to keep it. And please think with us about how we can come with a solution or a plan for a long term so we can keep it for a while, because this is the second year that we went trying, like we went to the city also, so they won't cut it from the budget. And please help us to think about how we can keep this in a long term. Thank you.
Next is Sue. Do we have Sue?
Hello, board members and superintendent. My name is Sue Simonelli, and I'm a member of the Sacramento Act Education Committee. I'm also the parent of 2 students who attended Sac City Unified Schools, graduates 2015 and 2019. And I want to thank you for your support of our free student transportation program. It's, as we're already hearing, it's really essential. And well, let me just read. It is essential that free RT become a permanent part of the budget with financial support from Sac City Unified, from the City of Sacramento, from RT, and other Sac County school districts. If we want to educate all students, they all need a way to get to school. They may also need RT to get to jobs, extracurriculars, etc. Black and brown students have historically been very, very underserved in Sac City Unified and everywhere else. Without free RT, the opportunity gap only widens. Now, this is more important than ever with the crisis facing our Latino families. They are under assault by the U.S. government. Here in Sacramento, that means that parents may be afraid to drive their students to school, even if they are able to give them a ride. Free RT is essential to attempt to provide an education to all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Yvetta Franklin, followed by Maria Garcia and Nora Barraza. Ms. Garcia and Ms. Barraza require translation services.
Good evening. My name is Yvetta Franklin. I am a community leader at Sacramento ACT, which stands for All Congregations Together. I'm also a celebrated tenured Bay Area educator, a reading tutor, and a published children's author. I love children. I want to personally thank you for keeping the RT program in place this year. As you know, we have been trying to prevent the program from being cut for 2 years now. We invite you, we implore you to work with us to sustain it long term. I pray that the ACT can work with you to ensure safety, transportation, and a fulfilling education for our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Maria Garcia, and then Nora Barraza.
Hola, mi nombre es María García y soy líder comunitaria de Sacramento ACT. My
name is Maria Garcia, and I'm a leader in the community,
de Sacramento ACT.
the Sacramento Act.
Quiero agradecer su apoyo a nuestro programa gratuito de transporte estudiantil RT.
I want to really appreciate to the program, the free transportation RT.
Como saben, llevamos 2 años intentando evitar que se recorte el programa.
As you know, we have already 2 years to avoid to the cut the program.
Los invitamos a reflexionar con nosotros sobre este programa y cómo podemos mantenernos a largo plazo.
We invite you to reflect about this program and how we can continue with this program for a long time.
Los beneficios para los estudiantes y las familias.
The benefits for the students and the families.
Equidad y acceso a la educación.
Equidad and access to the free education.
Garantiza el acceso a la educación para estudiantes de bajos recursos o que viven lejos.
To guarantee the student they live far away.
Facilitando que concluyan sus estudios sin que la distancia o el costo del transporte sean un obstáculo.
To facilitate that they can continue the study without to avoid that the long distance is a problem.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Nora Barraza.
My name is Nora Barraza.
Soy presidenta de la escuela Luther Burbank High School de ILAC.
I'm the president of the Burbank High School.
También soy un padre líder de Sacramento Art.
Also, I'm a parent of leader for the Sacramento Act.
Y presidenta de DILAC aquí en el distrito escolar.
I'm president of ILAD in the district.
Hoy vengo a pedirles que sigan ayudando a nuestros estudiantes tocando el transporte gratuito.
And I'm here to ask you to continue to give support to the free transportation to our students.
Este servicio lo usan también los niños que no tienen ambos padres, que son niños foster home.
This type of transportation is also used for the student that doesn't have parents, they are foster kids.
Pero también estamos viviendo hoy en día una crisis tocante el tema migratorio. Hay muchos niños, pienso, que se están haciendo responsables de sus hermanos y es la única opción para llegar a la escuela.
Also, right now we have a crisis where many of those kids are responsible for the siblings where they had to take those siblings to school.
También me gustaría pedirles que hagan más posible como poner esta información en las escuelas para que los estudiantes se den cuenta de lo que se está viviendo tocante el tema del transporte.
And also, I would like to request this type of information to be put in the school so the students are aware of the situation that they have about free transportation.
Para que ellos también tengan el tiempo para llenar como encuestas. Hay muchos niños que yo sé que lo usan, otros que no lo usan, pero aún así creo que muchos estudiantes apoyan a los demás.
Also, for the students to be aware of the situation so they can fill it out forms or questionnaires so everybody is aware of the situation that they have so they can help other students.
Gracias a este transporte, muchos de nuestros estudiantes se graduaron de diferentes escuelas, high school, escuelas primarias, kinder. De antemano, muchas gracias.
And in regard to this, based on this program, many of the students were graduated from high school, elementary school, kindergarten. So, and again, thank you.
Hoy, como todas nosotras, queremos que nos sigan apoyando o nos den opciones para seguir reuniendo más dinero y este programa se haga permanente para nuestros estudiantes.
So today we are here to support this kind of program and to see what other suggestions you have to get more money to continue to support this type of programs.
Aparte se está apoyando para tener un ambiente más saludable.
Also to get support to have more healthy environment.
De antemano, muchas gracias por apoyarnos y apoyar a nuestros niños y a nuestra comunidad.
Thank you for the support to give to us and also our students and community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Maria Torres, followed by Alma Garcia, and then Manuel Barraza.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Torres y
Good
soy,
evening, my name is Maria Torres,
líder comunitario de Sacramento A.
and I'm community leader of this group ACT.
Quiero agradecer su apoyo a nuestro programa gratuito de transporte de los estudiantes de RT.
Okay, I would like to appreciate the support for this type of free program of transportation, the RT.
Como saben, llevamos 2 años intentando evitar que se recorte el programa.
We have been going on for 2 years to avoid to cut these programs.
Los invitamos a reflexionar con nosotros sobre este programa y cómo podemos mantenerlo a largo plazo.
We
Gracias.
invite you to make a reflection about this program and how we can continue with this program for a long time. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alma García.
My name is Alma
Alma
Garcia.
Tengo 2 hijos estudiando en la escuela McClatchy High School
I had 2 children that are in the McClatchy High School.
y soy líder de Sacramento ACT.
I'm a leader of Sacramento ACT.
Les agradezco mucho la oportunidad de expresarme.
I really appreciate that I have the opportunity to express myself.
También valoro todos sus esfuerzos por ayudar a nuestros estudiantes.
And also appreciate the help that you are giving all those students.
Aún así, me preocupa mucho que los estudiantes están enfrentando diversos problemas en las escuelas.
However, I really worry about the type of program that many students have in the schools.
Por ejemplo, como dijeron mis compañeros, el problema del mantenimiento del programa de transporte público para los estudiantes.
Especially about the program of free transportation for the students.
Les agradezco mucho que ustedes apoyaron para que este programa continuara este año.
And I really appreciate that with your support, this program still continued.
Fue un gran logro.
It was a big win.
Eso está ayudando a la asistencia continua de nuestros estudiantes en sus escuelas.
And this is helping all the students to continue to attend to school.
El programa es un apoyo muy grande para los estudiantes,
This program is a big help for all the students
ya que sus padres muchas veces no pueden llevarlos a las escuelas,
because many times the parents cannot take them to school,
ya sea por el trabajo,
maybe because they are working
porque no tienen automóvil,
or because they don't have transportation
porque no saben manejar,
or because they don't know how to drive,
problemas económicos.
economic problems.
Les pido por favor impulsen y le den continuidad a este programa tan importante.
I really ask you if you can continue to give support to this program that is very important for all the students.
Me gustaría mucho que no siguiera en riesgo año con año. Me gustaría mucho que no siguiera en riesgo año con año.
Oh, I would like that we don't have the risk year to year to lose this type of programs.
Los niños de la escuela de mis hijos realmente lo necesitan y yo veo que lo usan.
The students and my son's school, they really use it and they really need it.
Les agradezco muchísimo su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Final speaker is Manuel Barraza.
Hi, I'm Manuel Barraza, and I would like to thank you guys for the support you guys have gave me, because I'm a student at Luther Burbank High School, and as you know, we've been trying to prevent the program from being shut down, and also it's been very useful to me as well, because I'll be using it every now and then when my mom not able to take me to school, and it's been a great help to me. So I'd like to thank you guys for that.
Thank you.
No more public comment on this.
Thank you, everyone. All right. Okay, this is.
I'll move.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Go ahead.
It's not mine. Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
All right. Does anybody have any comment to make on consent agenda? I'm just going to ask. I know you can still comment on what you just voted on. I'm just asking. Okay, perfect. Moving on to 9.0 communications, we'll start with our employee organization reports. We'll start with SCTA.
Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. I'm Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I'll start with something simple. The SCTA board had the opportunity to discuss our support of the heat illness instruction that Natalie Rubio brought before you tonight. So I wanted to let you know that we are in support of that. And now on to the budget. Last March, we stood before you and recommended that you make deeper cuts to address the budget, administrative cuts, to address the budget's concerns that were growing at the time. Unfortunately, rather than make the relatively modest administrative cuts that were promised, administrative positions began to be added back. And that trend has not stopped. We understand that the district is still pursuing the addition of another high-level administrative position, the Deputy Chief of Schools. Given the unaudited actual report that will be presented later tonight, how is that even possible? At the center of concerns around the budget is the unprecedented explosion of costs related to special education, approximately $43 million more than was budgeted for 24-25, so $43 million. We were recently informed that the number of students with IEPs in the district, including those pending assessments, now exceed 8,300 students, or approximately 23% of all students in Sac City Unified. That's an increase of over 1,600 students in just the last 2 years. In addition to the $2 million in new costs that were represented by the addition of 8 or 9 new management BCBA positions, a large part of that $43 million are monies spent on outside contractors. Under the previous administration, a seismic shift occurred in special education, which, through the lack of oversight, resulted in an explosion in the number of instructional aids written into IEPs, an increase from approximately 60 or 70 a year to more than 450 instructional aids. It appears that at least part of the explanation for that significant increase is that staff employed by the outside contractors were placed in positions of some responsibility to mandate services to students. It further appears, and it's something that we intend to investigate further to see if our initial observation is correct, that those increased services mandated by those outside providers just happen to be the services that their companies provided the district. Would that really be a coincidence? The unaudited actuals are a clarion call that we have been raising for a while now, that the district needs to direct significant attention and focus to addressing the needs of special education in SCUSD. This need extends through the entire 7-year tenure of Jorge Aguilar and includes the issues raised by the Black Parallel School Board lawsuit and our recent negotiations related to implementing MTSS. But it also points to the need to significantly rein in the number of district administrators. The district's current number of administrators far exceeds the number of administrators we had pre-COVID, when the district's enrollment was at least 10% higher. We hope that the unaudited actuals are a wake-up call needed to make this long overdue correction. And now, shifting gears, we want to bring you an update on the latest from St. Hope, where things have gone from bad to worse. As SCTA Second Vice President Vanessa Kudabek will discuss in a minute, we've been forced to file unfair labor practice charges, with more on the way. Unilateral changes to working conditions, threatening to discipline staff for wearing their SCTA t-shirts, refusing to bargain in good faith. The list is growing. In response to St. Hope, teachers will be picketing outside Sacramento High School on Thursday, September 25th, beginning at 4:30, and we hope that you will join us. So for more on St. Hope, I'll turn the mic over to Vanessa Kudabek.
Good evening. In the spirit of Hispanic Heritage Month, I wanted to share a quote that is said quite often these days in CTA. Maestros luchando, también están enseñando, which means teachers who are fighting for change are also teaching. Dolores Huerta, one of the Latina icons we celebrate this month, was a teacher before she became the legendary farm worker rights activist we know. Many teachers, like Dolores, often see the challenges that students face and know that they must fight beyond the classroom walls in order to see real change. That is why it is so important that we protect teachers' rights to organize, to meet with each other, and to advocate as a collective for the betterment of their schools. Unfortunately, sometimes when workers unionize for better conditions, they are confronted with aggressive anti-union campaigns that aim to silence and defeat them. Make no mistake, that is what is happening right now at St. Hope Public Schools. The teachers are fighting for better working conditions, equitable pay, and the right to become permanent employees. They have been waiting for 8 years for a contract, and St. Hope has fought them at every turn, refusing to negotiate in good faith about working conditions and doing everything they can to place obstacles to prevent teachers from organizing for positive change. Just this week, several teachers were reprimanded for exercising their legal right as a public school employee to wear a union t-shirt. One teacher even attempted to dress up the t-shirt by wearing a collared dress shirt over it. She was still reprimanded in writing as the union shirt was still visible. It appears that instead of having real conversations about how to improve St. Hope Public Schools, St. Hope wants to focus their energy on union busting. At the end of the day, it is the students who lose in this situation because students deserve a school with teachers with a strong voice who will fight to improve their school. When teachers are mistreated and silenced, they leave. St. Hope students deserve teachers who want to stay. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to know the St. Hope teachers, 2 of whom are with me today, and I believe if any group of teachers can make a change at St. Hope, it is them. I stand here today with our SCTA rep from the elementary site, Camille Nickerson, who is going to share some more about the teacher perspective at St. Hope.
Good evening to the board. My pleasure to be here. My name is Camille Nickerson. I'm second grade English language arts teacher at St. Hope, PS7 Elementary School. I have 49 second graders, 24 in the morning, and 25 who rotate in the afternoon. Can I lower this just a little? I'm short. Okay. I'm also the product of Sacramento Unified and Davis Joint Unified District. I was raised by a single mother who put education first. She's now 70 years old and can proudly say that her son and daughter, who she raised alone, both have graduate degrees in education. I started my career in East Oakland, California, in one of the worst crime-ridden neighborhoods. I taught kindergarten, where my second month on the job, there was a drive-by shooting during non-school hours. However, the bullets went through my kindergarten classroom wall. Walls can be repaired with plaster and paint, but the formative years of a child cannot. We must get it right the first time. For this reason, I come to you humbly seeking answers to 3 questions. Number 1, is it possible for teachers to provide high-quality education without an adequate budget to purchase items needed for an appropriate learning environment? This school year, I spent $350 of my own money, was not reimbursed, and I was told there was no budget. Number 2, will teachers feel empowered to continue in their role when their credential program needed to sustain employment is not offered to be covered by the employer? And lastly, can teachers be asked to give emotional, educational, and financial support to high-need students when they are not earning enough to support their own family? I currently have 2 children in SCUSD, age 7, Ada, I mixed them up, 9, Ada, who is at Tahoe Elementary, and Nathan, who has nonverbal autism. He is 7 in a contained sped room at Sequoia Elementary. And so I'm very passionate about this. We do not want plaster and paint to fix this. We want new walls and answers. Thank you.
And finally, we want to invite everyone here, board members, and Sac City members of the community to join us on September 25th at Sacramento High School for a historic moment, the first ever picket organized by St. Hope educators. It starts at 4:30 p.m. and you're all invited. I'm going to leave some flyers for you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have SEIU, followed by TCS, Teamsters, and UP.
Good evening. I'm Jim Riffle. I'm Chapter Vice President of SEIU. I have also been an instructional aide for, seems like 1,000 years. It's been a long time. This last month, I was given the opportunity, told, to be an instructional aide for a TK class. Had a sub-teacher there, and I was basically the only one that knew anything about the general area and the kids. These kids were fantastic, although they had some issues. You know, we had Chatty Kathy, Chatty Omar, Chatty Frederica. I changed the names, so, you know. We also had 3 students that really needed more services than we could provide. Crawling all over the floors, throwing tables, you know, that type of thing. These kids really needed more help than we could give. A sub-teacher and myself who doesn't normally do TK. We finally hired an aide that came in and is doing the work now, and we stole a teacher from another school. But it's working. The aide is not trained for anything. Our aides don't get training. We hire them off the street and we put them in the classes. This aide has been absolutely fantastic. We got lucky. These kids that need more services, she's a friend to, and she can connect with them. It's incredible, but it's not the norm. Dr. Smith-Simmons has put together programs and opportunities for a lot of people to become aides in this school. She's done a fantastic job over and above the call of duty. We've gotten so many aides hired with her help. It's incredible. It cut down the amount of aides needed. And then we threw them into classes right away. They do their mandated training, so they know what mandated reporter is, they know heat stroke, they know all this stuff. But they don't know how to best serve the children. We're not teaching them how to deal with kids that need extra services. We're not teaching them how to deal with brand new teachers, helping them to the best of their ability. They don't know what their ability is. They have no clue. And then unfortunately, some get in trouble and they get probe released. Probationary release. 6 months, you can do that. A lot of it is because they don't get any training. They don't know how to deal with the kids. They know they can't touch them. They know that they can't pull them across the floor. But they don't know how to best serve the children and the teacher. I'm calling for a moratorium on probe releases of classified personnel until we get a comprehensive training session or series for our classified people. We bring them in and we throw them out. That's not right. It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to the kids. We're also asking that we save the district some money. Dr. Smith-Simmons has brought in a lot of people, but it's not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. We need more people. So what do? We contract out at excessive rates. Janae Marking has wonderfully gotten some of the contractors to lower their rates, done a great job at that. But if we make the positions more attractive and we bring the employees in to become permanent employees after their probation, we would save the district money. I'm sure you don't want to throw that away. We want to save you money and bring the people in. At the last job fair I was at, we had a lot of the contractors coming in wanting permanent positions for a couple of reasons. They wanted a permanent placement, not a contractor telling them they're at this school today, this school tomorrow, this school another day. They know the kids need permanency. The kids need someone who's going to be there for them, not just for tomorrow, not just for maybe the next day if they're lucky. I've seen some fantastic contract aides. They worked well with the children. They were there for a week. After that, it wasn't so much. I've seen a lot of bad contract aides. You've heard the stories. We've told you the stories a few times. Let's bring them on into the district as permanent employees. Permanency, the kids need somebody there who they know, not somebody new. Not me that's there for a week and a half. I go back every other day and they say hi and, hey, Mr. Riffle, how's it going? Please, no more contracts.
Thank you, Jim. Superintendent Allen, members of the board, my name is Casey Thompson. I have the privilege of being one of the SEIU field representatives for hardworking classified members here at Sac City Unified. And I'm just here to put a bow on what Jim and many of our other members have already said tonight. So, you've heard from instructional aides, from health aides within our unit, and I won't belabor the point, all the advantages of having permanent people in those positions instead of contracting that work out. What I will tell you is that even with the new rates that the district has been able to negotiate down with the contractors, you're still looking at savings of upwards of $8 million annually to make those positions permanent in-house over what you're paying the contractors. We've run the numbers quite extensively and pretty confident in saying that. So, it's good for the district, it's good for the students, it's good for our members. The only people it's not good for is the contract companies. And frankly, I don't think any of us here need to be concerned with them. So, we want the district, we're here tonight to ask the district to bargain with us in good faith over that issue. We have a number of other issues at the table for which we have not received responses from the district's negotiating team, and we need responses on them. We heard from many members of the community tonight about the perils of heat illness, about the need for climate resilience within this district. Well, we made a proposal on that. We made a proposal on that 3 months ago, and the district has declined to negotiate with us on that subject. We made a proposal about housing in this district, something that neighboring school districts are currently doing, something that we know that there are members of the board that are interested in pursuing. The district has declined to negotiate with us on that subject. And I think, maybe even more important for the security of our members and their livelihoods, we made a proposal on free speech rights, which the district has declined to negotiate with us. And, just in this week, we have seen people ranging from service workers to educators to late night talk show hosts lose their jobs for failing to show reverence for a man who spent a career spreading racist, homophobic, and misogynistic propaganda. Now, the current administration has been putting pressure on institutions, public and private, to fire anyone who dissents from their policies. And this district must remain a safe haven for dissent against the destructive and hateful aims of the current federal government administration. SEIU is not satisfied in hearing that the district respects and will protect our rights. We demand to be a party to agreements that allow us to enforce those rights, to protect our members, to protect our communities through things like climate resilience, right? To make our schools better, to provide housing that's needed in a housing crisis for our members, for our teachers, for members of our community that are low income. And on all these topics, we really need the district to meet us at the table and to bargain with us in good faith on those. You know, we are offering real, cost-effective, community-centered solutions that will benefit our students, educators, and families. And we believe public funds should strengthen our schools, support our communities, and invest in the people who make public education possible and keep our schools running. And so we are calling on the district to work with us in good faith and to prioritize long-term investment in staff and students over short-term contracts. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. TCS, Teamsters, UPE. All right. I'm going to move it over to item 9.2, our student member report.
Okay, hello everyone. Good evening. For my update at this meeting, I want to go over communicating some student concerns at one of the sites. I want to share two main points, respectively, the student perspective on the issue and what I know. For the past couple of weeks, I've had multiple students coming up to me informing me of an issue surrounding parking at Rosemont High School. Apparently, the administration has begun charging their students, their juniors and seniors, for parking at the school. Students have been namely voicing their disagreement and frustration over this policy to both administration and myself. And while administration claims that the money collected from parking is being deposited into the ASB funds, members of Rosemont student body expressed their shock at the notion and aren't directly involved in collecting any of that money. I myself have only recently found out that students who cannot afford those fees can have them waived, and I'm wondering how many low socioeconomic students are unaware of such an important option. I also want to report that to any Rosemont students that this is apparently a student-run fundraiser and something that's used to improve the campus, which I heard. These promises were made by the principal to create a committee. There were promises by the principal to create a committee to comment on any of the worries and the details of the situation, but our representative has reported that there has been no motion to follow through with that. And it's really disheartening to see that yet again, students aren't being communicated to and there's no transparency over the decision. And the SAC and I will be pushing forward in order to get students in contact with anyone who can help them address this and prioritize what they want and what they need. And honestly, I'm just really hoping to connect the students and adults in this in order to produce an outcome that's favorable to all of the parties. But to move forward from that, I want to discuss Hispanic Heritage Month with the time I have left. I feel now more than ever is the time to honor our Hispanic students, teachers, and all the staff within the district, and not only within the district, but at the state and the national level too. Our country would not be the same without our Hispanic community, which so wonderfully uplifts our society with their amazing culture and traditions they share with us. And it's so horrible and disheartening to see the discrimination that the community faces in recent times, and now more than ever is the time to appreciate and advocate for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am going to save my time so we can talk about Hispanic Heritage Month in a little bit. So I'm going to pass on my time. Information sharing by any board members who'd like to say anything?
Okay, well, good evening. I don't even know how to start this statement. I'm going to make myself very vulnerable in this seat where I have a few privileges, and one of them is having a space to speak on specific topics. I'm going to try and make this as quick as possible. Recently, I discovered that somebody that I was dating was stalking me. And stole information from my phone and contacted folks from my phone, some of which I work with. And that opened my eyes to look into a deeper issue. And then I discovered some daunting things about what was being tracked about me. Now, through this process, I did reach out to the police department, and I am shocked at how incredibly difficult it is for people who have been victims of any kind of predator, and just the feelings and the turmoil that you feel while going through this. And then you face the folks who ask you, did you not catch the red flags? And oh, I knew it, but I didn't say anything. And then you feel even worse. I even almost lost one of my jobs because I'm a single mother and I work 3 jobs to provide for my children in addition to how I serve my community. And so this really took a toll on me this weekend. And it almost took away my power because I was ready to hide. And then I decided I needed to speak up because there's many other folks that go through this. And I read something that said, if one person speaks up about it, they give 1,000 more the power to do it. And so that's why I'm speaking on it today, because I don't want to make myself a victim, even in the fear that I'm living in, because I am a fighter. And so that's why I'm speaking up. Now, on that note, I want to share, especially with our students, that when you set a boundary and somebody violates that boundary, irregardless of how simple it may seem, that is when you start becoming a victim. And if you can't speak up because you are scared, know that I am here for you and I will speak up for you. Now, on that note, I want to say that this has opened my eyes, not only in workplace because of what I faced with a current employer, but also just where I sit currently. And so this just opens my eyes to know that when I speak on specific topics and I want to hold accountability to these kind of things, that I want my community to know that if other folks don't believe you when you speak up, I will. I will. And I will be your voice if you can't be that voice. I also want you all to know that as I sit on this governing board, I will go to hell and high water to seek justice for any predator that does anything to any one of the students or staff members or anybody of the community of SCUSD. And I also want you to know that if you are a person that is complacent in predator behavior, I already don't trust you. And that's all I'm going to say this evening on the topic.
Thank you, April. Moving on to our special presentations for the night, an exciting one. We're going to start with 10.1, Recognition of National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. Today marks the beginning of National Hispanic Heritage Month, a time from September 15th to October 15, when we come together to recognize the profound contributions, vibrant cultures, and rich histories of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Here in Sac City Unified School District, where we proudly serve over 15,000 Hispanic students, Hispanic heritage is not just acknowledged, it is deeply woven into the fabric of our schools and communities. Our Hispanic students make a powerful impact every day as scholars, leaders, creators, community builders. Let's give them a hand. I mean, come on. This is who we represent today. This year's national theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past and Inspiring the Future, serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of reflecting on the legacies and sacrifices of those who came before us, and that we still go through it today, while also looking ahead to how Hispanic and Latinx communities will continue to shape the future of our nation, our neighborhoods, and our schools. In our district, this theme comes to life through the incredible stories of our students and families, whether it's through dual language programs that celebrate bilingualism, multiculturalism, student-led cultural organizations, family heritage nights, or the academic and extracurricular achievements of Hispanic students, we see every day how honoring the past fuels a brighter future. And because of them, we become stronger, right? To support these celebrations, we are excited to announce that the Hispanic Heritage Toolkit, which is linked to this presentation, is now available for all schools to access, thanks to the wonderful staff in the Multilingual Literacy Department. This resource is designed to help school sites plan meaningful and inclusive activities that reflect the diversity, depth, and richness of Hispanic culture and history. Our educators and staff are committed to creating inclusive, culturally responsive spaces where every student feels seen, valued, and supported. Hispanic Heritage Month is an opportunity not only to celebrate, but to elevate, to ensure that every student's story is part of the collective story we are building together. As we reflect on our shared heritage, let's also commit to continuing this work beyond a single month, right? We're not just doing the flavor of the month. Building schools where respect for culture, identity, and history is part of our everyday practice. To our Hispanic students, families, and staff, gracias, thank you for enriching our district with your traditions, your talents, and your dreams. Feliz mes de la herencia hispana. And now it is our pleasure to introduce 3 of our stellar scholars or students who will share what heritage means to them, what the Hispanic heritage means to them personally. Through their voices, we'll gain a deeper understanding of the pride, resilience, and inspiration that this heritage brings to our school district and our community. So with that, I would like to introduce Genesis Sosa, student from Cesar Chavez. Genesis? Let's give her a big hand. Antes de empezar. Sorry. Genesis is a 4th grader at Cesar Chavez, loves ballet folclórico, and loves family time. Ándale.
Muy buenas noches a todo el público presente. Mi nombre es Genesis Sosa y mi hermana Leslie Sosa. Venimos en representación de la escuela Cesar Chavez y estamos orgullosas de estar en el programa bilingüe, que significa hablar español e inglés. Al mismo tiempo venimos a representar con orgullo nuestra cultura, tradiciones, tradicionales y la comida típica y 100% original, como el mole negro y las clayudas, elaboradas por nosotros, padres originarios de Oaxaca, México. Nos sentimos muy orgullosas de ser hijas, padres inmigrantes que son gran esfuerzos, trabajan día a día, sin importar los desafíos y peligros que enfrentan en este país. Pero recordamos siempre que venimos a luchar y que sí se puede. Por eso decimos con orgullo, ¡Viva México! Este mes de la herencia hispana. Muchas gracias a la doctora Sims y todo el equipo, su apoyo. Muchas gracias por sus atenciones a todos.
And now I would like to introduce you to Leslie Sosa, student of Cesar Chavez. Leslie is a sixth grader. She enjoys studying and cherishes quality time with her family.
Good evening to everyone present. My name is Leslie Sosa, and this is my sister, Hennessy Sosa. We are here representing Cesar Chavez, and I'm very proud to be part of the program bilingual class, which means I speak Spanish and English in my class. At the same time, we proudly represent our culture, traditions, and the 100% authentic foods such as mole negro and tlayudas, which are made by our parents from Oaxaca, Mexico. We are very proud to be daughters of immigrant parents who, with great effort, work hard every day despite the challenges and dangers they face in this country. But let us always remember that we came here to work hard and to succeed, and that yes, we can. This is why we proudly say, Long live Mexico during Hispanic Heritage Months. Many thanks to Dr. Sims and the entire team for their support.
La tercera y luego vamos a hacer el baile, okay? And lastly, I have Alejandra Mendez Garcia, student from CK McClatchy, member of the Sacramento Act. She loves volunteering and is passionate about immigrant rights advocacy.
Oh yeah, okay, testing, 1, 2, 3, all right. Good evening, my name is Alejandra Mendez Garcia. I am a student at CK McClatchy and the daughter of 2 immigrant parents. The heart of an immigrant is a heart that is divided between 2 lands. It is to carry a devout love and appreciation for the 2 places they consider home. To be an immigrant is not as simple as moving between places. Much pain is experienced through the harrowing journey. To be an immigrant takes guts. Most of the time, you abandon your home, and everything you love is left behind. To give a hug before you go, hoping to receive another one once you return, only for time to turn that expectation into an empty promise. It is to construct your home brick by brick without any sort of blueprint or direction, to wake up in that very same home that you built, only to be seen as a stranger by your neighbors around you. To repot your roots to flourish somewhere else, blooming with hope and nostalgia. It is not easy to replant those roots. You are introduced to a new environment completely obscured from you. You adjust to a new climate, a different soil. All of these things are curveballs thrown to you all at once, and you're expected to adapt to them quickly. You have to learn a new language, you have to find a new career, and most importantly, you have to accept the fact that not everyone will embrace you with open arms. Every step towards adjustment is not an easy one, but you keep trying. Through all of the fear and all of the unknown, you keep trying because you know that that same small tree that you planted will soon bear fruit. Fruits that will grow to be their very own trees. And no matter how far those fruits go, they too will be connected to those very same roots that you planted. Thank you.
And now, before we end, we want to close this section out with a beautiful treat brought by the Sosa family, the students. Come up here. Can they be over here? Sí, ya lo van a tomar. Yeah. Do you want them facing this way? Okay. Yeah.
traes a mi negra, que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic. Cuando me traes a mi negra, que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic.
Y gracias, señoritas. Big thank you. They brought Jalisco in the house. They brought Jalisco in the house today. Excellent. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to public comment.
We have no public comment.
Thank you. Board discussion. Or board comments. Member Navarro, go ahead.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sims, for organizing that. It was great. Yeah, I did recognize the Jalisco touch there. So I want to say that actually that particular song in particular gives me goosebumps every time it's played. So thank you for choosing that. I don't know. That's great. I also want to mention that I've worked on just to highlight a few women in the community, and we actually worked on a mural to do this. It's called Sacramento Poderosas. And we were hoping to bring it to Sac City Unified. So right now it's an exhibition at Sac State in one of the galleries. I actually forget the name of the gallery. Actually, there's actually a presentation there now that I couldn't make, obviously, because I'm here. So the artists are talking about their experience in the mural and their experience as an artist, and specifically Latina artists. I actually have a few of the names. Actually, I might take too long, but we're hoping to bring it. So these are women that Sacramento Poderosas, if you guys don't know, it means powerful, and it means powerful women. So when we decided to do this project, we wanted to ask the community for input about who they wanted to be on this particular mural. So we took nominations from the community, and we chose 9 to be painted on the mural. We had about 60 nominations. And so they're all listed actually on our webpage. We considered all these women poderosas, and we acknowledged that there were a lot of poderosas that were not nominated. But I wanted to highlight my board member who was actually nominated for this what do you call this honor. So yeah, April Ibarra, congratulations. And I know you're a powerful woman, and I love that you're up here with me. I was gonna say I got the claps, so I think that's enough. I should probably end there. I wanted to say something else, but I forgot. So maybe if it comes back to me, I'll come back to it. But thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jose. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Dr. Sims, for putting this together. Y'all, I was supposed to work with Dr. Sims, and because of all the stuff that you heard earlier, I've been distracted, and she really just is a powerhouse and took this on, and it was awesome to see the families that she was able to pull out here and really represent us as a Hispanic culture. I am Mexican-American, Chicana, brown and proud, and it's just an honor to represent the board here and to do it with a fellow Latino, as we said, to be able to be in this space in a time like this where our country and our state especially has been under attack in our community. And I have talked to countless families on the fear that they feel, whether it's from students, fear of losing their parents or vice versa. And earlier this year, actually, the first day of school, I actually went to visit a specific student, and it was because I had found out that she no longer wanted to speak Spanish because of what was going on, and that really crushed me. So I had to go out and just meet her and talk with her. So I say that to share that it is something to be proud of. So from wherever whether you're here in the room or you watch this or you hear about it later, just know we're from here and we're from there. Somos de aquí, somos de allá. Y es un superpoder poder hablar dos idiomas. Y si tienes la capacidad de hacerlo, hazlo y con mucho orgullo. Y cuando estás en espacios como aquí donde estamos, reclama ese espacio, porque ese espacio también es de ustedes. So it's just, again, an honor to be a Chicana woman here as part of this moment. I want to take a moment to also thank all of the staff that we have that support our Hispanic and Spanish-speaking families. And yeah, just know that it really is a sense of something to be proud of in this moment and not something to be ashamed of. So those are just all the comments I wanted to say today. And thank you again to the families who are here. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros esta tarde y por compartir sus talentos y todo lo que hacen ustedes como familia. Muchas gracias.
Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I love to see when people celebrate their heritage. We're in unprecedented times when people are asking to be able to sacrifice, where they come from and what their heritage is. I attended a mural dedication this weekend for the Royal Chicano Air Force on Franklin Boulevard. And I grew up in Oak Park, and so Franklin Boulevard was that corridor that, we would always walk down, and I would see, a lot of my Hispanic people there. And so it's a mural of a flyer, a fundraising flyer from the 60s. And I was thinking that day, we have to preserve things like that because it's inside the art is where the history is hidden. And that's why there's an effort to squash the art, because that's where the history is. So it's important that we continue to, preserve our heritage and make sure that our youth especially know the importance. And so it's through murals and music and dance and foods and things like that that make us all American. And it's the shared spaces and experiences that we have that, makes us who we are. And so I want to thank the organizers, and let's keep up the good work.
So before I share my comments, I wanted to share something Member Kayada wrote, who can't be here today, but he wanted to share that. This is from his words, so I'll start with a quote. I wish I could be there to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month with you. One of the best parts of Sacramento is our diversity and how that diversity exists in every corner of our city. I'm proud that our district embraces our students and families of Hispanic background and uplifts stories relevant to the backgrounds in our curriculum and at our schools. I look forward to continuing to celebrate this past and future of our Hispanic families now and throughout the year, end quote. So thank you, Member Kayada, for sharing that with me. I have a lot of thoughts, so, but I'm going to try to simplify this. I think so much of what is going on right now in this country is a direct attack on our communities, our shared communities, but sometimes you have to call out the specific communities to make sure that they're seen and they're heard. So as much as many BIPOC communities are feeling the pain and the strain of the federal government, no one's feeling it more than our Hispanic, Latinx, Chicano communities. And what we've seen at raids at Home Depots and other places is a reminder that our voices cannot be silent. This board, I'm so thankful that this board took the steps that we took. This district and the staff stood together. We stood together with multiple community partners, passed policies that protect our students, protect our families, protect our communities, and doing everything we can possibly do in our power to continue protecting our communities. But one of the things that I've seen is that your biggest resilience, in my opinion, is making sure that our kids get educated. Far too often, our communities, our shared communities, my dad came here and worked at a car wash for the first 4 years of his life, then drove a truck, and that's how he put us through college. And I realized that we're only as good for white supremacists as long as we're doing the jobs that they don't want to do. The second we're educating ourselves, the second we're rising to positions of power, the second we're rising to places of influence, the second your school board starts looking like your actual school district, like this one does, they have a problem. So I say, continue being a problem, right? We want to continue working with our kids. We want to continue making sure that you can have that duality of your heritage. That's why I love our Spanish immersion programs. I know that we're always working on inclusive language for inclusive communities. We have strong Punjabi, Hmong, Japanese, Chinese communities here, and we have to continue to find a way to support them. And the idea of assimilation cannot be the American dream. The American dream has to be finding all fabrics of life and bringing that to America and bringing the best of what we have in our home countries and making this country the best place that we can possibly make it in the world. So I am going to end on that positive note. I don't want to focus on the bad of the federal government because I can talk about that for hours. What I want to focus on is the good that you're all doing. However we're supporting you, we want to continue supporting you. What we did do, and actually I want to pass it on to our student board member before my next part of this presentation. So go ahead, Maggie.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it short and simple, but I just wanna highlight how, it's so beautiful to see little kids and the youth embracing such a powerful and beautiful heritage, and honestly, it's inspiring to even me. I've grown up my whole life with Mexican best friends, and I can only express, how beautiful it is to see, and I feel so just frustrated with what's going on. It brings me to tears, and I apologize because I know I only feel like a small sample of what you guys feel every day with what's going on recently, with what you talked about. And I've only felt solidarity and love within the community. I mean, I go to barbecues with my friends. I mean, I experience the entirety of it, and honestly, no matter what large forces seem to be pressing against and spreading hate against this community, I just want to express that we are a safe haven district, and we will take action against all of that, and we will try our best to protect you guys. And I don't know, it's just so beautiful. It's so amazing. So sorry to tear up, but I just wanted to speak on that.
Thank you. So a reminder of what our district did do is we did hold 8 Know Your Rights presentations across, not just for this district, we held it for the entire city. And I want to recognize the fact that this board did something at a time where people were still trying to figure out what is the politically correct action to take when Donald Trump says something. And we decided to act with our values and not with our political hats on. And by doing that, we were able to go to 8 different school sites. We worked in partnership with the Asian Pacific American Bar Association, who I had the honor of presenting an award to last night on behalf of our district at their annual gala, and was able to talk about the work that you all have done. And in the course of that, I wanted to find an organization that I really feel, and there's many organizations I could have honored because so many folks have helped us through this time, but I want to call up Sacramento ACT, who is here tonight, for their hard work. So I think everyone's very aware of what SAC Act does, but I'll kind of simplify it to this. This is a group of inspiring, powerful community leaders, especially faith leaders, who are working to make sure that our students are getting the things that they need across all parts of our county and our city, and ensuring that we are partners with you, partners in the community, and you are steadfast advocates of everything that our students need, and your support for things like SAC-RT and just your kind words today are just a testament to your hard effort that you put in and the work that you helped with us to get the Know Your Rights presentations done, getting that word out to the community. I want to recognize you all for what you did. So if you have any comments, please feel free to come up and say a few words, and then we're going to come down and give you this plaque.
In español. No, I'm just going to say it in English. Thank you very, very much. My colleague Lucero is not here, but as you know, from January we started at some of your schools, or most of your schools, Do you know your rights? Because we found out that parents were very afraid and kids too. And I just want to say thank you so much for letting us be here in this moment. I don't know if we are the ones supposed to be here, but thank you so much. And I think that thank you has to be to the members. Some parents are not here, other members are not here, but we, as you know, mostly people of faith, but also schools. We work really hard, trust me. We not just work in education, but also housing and immigration and many issues. And all we want is the same as you, the well-being for our community, right? To me, as a person of faith, this is not a work. To me, it's a call. And that's what I do, to love everyone before anything else, and forgive at times too. And thank you so much. And I want to also say name of, I know Alma's here. She's actually done Know Your Rights, one of the schools. And Maria also, and one of the churches, and also here, not very far from here, where many kids attend in another church. So we work in many churches, but one is very close. We did a survey there. Over 500 people responded. And one of the things was fear was immigration. And most of them here, they came with me. So they will pass papers and they'll help in any way. So it's because of them, because of the community, and with the community that we do this. And thank you so much, because I know all of you. We have meetings with all of you except for Michael. But we know he's with us. Yeah, we need a meeting with you. Thank you so much for the relation that is being growing here with us. Trust me, we hear our community wants the best for everyone. At times, I see our parents get upset because it's natural to be upset about something that they recognize as not justice. Right? They have the right. But thank you so much. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything.
Bueno, muchas gracias por todo el apoyo. Yo tengo 3 años con esta organización. He estado aprendiendo bastante.
Okay. Thank you. I have been in this organization for 3 years and I have been learning a lot.
Me gustó porque están entrenando a nuestra comunidad tocando el tema de nuestros derechos, el clima que estamos viviendo el día de hoy.
And I really like it because we have been talking about the things that are happening today in our community.
Y quiero que sepa mi comunidad, mis estudiantes, que no están solos y tienen el apoyo tanto de la mesa directiva como de muchas organizaciones que hay aquí en Sacramento.
And also to know that the community and the students had the support of the board, and also a lot of communities, a lot of groups and organizations in the community.
A los padres de familia que tienen miedo, sí, yo sé, yo también tengo miedo, tengo hijos y tengo nietos.
And the parents are afraid, and I know that because I also am afraid, and I have kids and I have grandkids also.
Pero los invito a que vayan a sus escuelas. Hay consejeros que hablan nuestro idioma y ellos nos pueden ayudar con muchos recursos, o también busquen en su internet organizaciones, la familia, organización de Sacramento Art. Ellos nos brindan la mano, no estamos solos.
Also, for them to know the organizations where they can ask for help. For instance, go in the internet and find groups or organizations that can bring help. For instance, AT and other groups that can help. They are not alone.
Yo sé que es un clima difícil, crucial.
And I know it's a very difficult climate and
sentimientos encontrados.
Feelings that are encountered.
Hay niños chiquitos que dicen, Mom, ¿vas a estar aquí cuando yo regrese de la escuela?
Many little kids ask the parent, are you going to be here when I return from school?
O hay estudiantes de la high school que prefirieron mejor irse ellos a México antes de que llegaran a agarrar a su papá porque ella no quería hacerse cargo de sus hermanos.
Many high school students decide to return to Mexico because they were afraid that they can take the father and they didn't want to take care of the kid by themselves.
Yo como madre y padre de mis hijos he vivido muchas cosas, pero hoy les pido de corazón, ayúdenos con lo que viene siendo la salud mental para nuestros estudiantes.
I have been going through many things, but I really today I ask you, please implement, take care of the mental health of our students.
De antemano, muchas gracias por el apoyo.
And I really appreciate for your support.
The hour's late, so I'm going to be brief. I moved to Sacramento 4.5 years ago, and I jumped into the ACT program because I think it stands for something. And many of you have come and met with us, and I thank you for that. To see Superintendent Lisa Allen, I mean, a superintendent, I taught for many years. They don't come out to meetings, but you came and met with us and sat with us. I just can't thank you enough. God bless you. Continue to work with us. We will continue to work with you. We want to see our children succeed, and they can't do it if we don't support them. God bless you.
Yeah. April, other comment?
Yeah, just one last comment.
Go ahead.
Quickly. I just want to add to the Recognition of Sacramento Act because they actually organized me, and that's how my leadership began. It was Sacramento Act. I was my very first organizer was Annie Fox. So Annie, if you hear this, a shout out to you. But I just say that because when I met Annie had a mission. And the mission was to ensure that families, predominantly Spanish-speaking families, had a voice in Sac City Unified. And there have been many organizers from her to now. And I every year see our voice becoming stronger and stronger because of leadership, of leaders like our parents that come. So, por líderes como ustedes, ese trabajo se puede llevar al cabo. Ustedes nos vinculan con lo que actualmente está pasando en sus comunidades. Y aprecio mucho todas sus horas de dedicación porque con eso yo puedo estar aquí en este asiento y puedo hacer votos porque yo sé que ustedes me van a brindar esa información y puedo representar de esa manera. Muchas gracias por hacer todo este trabajo y aún más dejando el temor para hacerlo. No nada más para ustedes y para sus hijos, pero para la comunidad, para la ciudad de Sacramento y para el estado de California. Muchas gracias por todo lo que hacen y ojalá y sigan haciéndolo por muchos años más.
All right, so we're going to come down and take a photo, but if you can also have the students who performed and spoke, please come join us. Anyone who wants to take a picture, just come to the front.
Yeah, it's right here for the podium.
Thank you, my brother.
How are you?
Oh, no, the picture doesn't even know we're back here.
The picture
It just
knows.
looks like we're a part of it.
Oh my goodness.
Ready?
Oh, there she is. Okay, we can't see you. We can't see you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile.
I said, is that her? Is that her? He came. You've been with us, and I'm grateful. I'm so grateful. Brother.
I'll take a picture. Well, you taught where?
Oh, I taught it first year round. I taught it now well, I did the Hayward. I did the Oakland, and I did Hayward. Yeah, I'm from Hayward.
From Gressel and Mission.
Really? I taught at Tyrell and Shepherd.
I went to Union City Schools because I lived on the border. So I went to New Haven. So I went to Hillview Crest. I was supposed to go to City of Chavez. I went to City of Chavez. My parents moved. I was supposed to go to James Milton High School. I appreciate you. I should have done this officially, but we'll just take a 3-minute recess.
President Singh, report to the dais. President Singh, report to the dais.
I can hear you.
All right, welcome back, folks. Apologies for that impromptu break. We're going to move on to item 10.2, the first reading / approval of our board bylaws by our board member, Member Jean.
Thank you. So this is officially our first reading, and if we like it as is, we can approve tonight, or we can send it to a second reading if there are comments. So this is bylaw 9130 regarding board committees. We had many conversations about how we as a board can better support our committees and empower them to succeed. And so the policy committee was tasked with improving our current policy. We started by looking at what the California School Boards Association was recommending, and frankly, a lot of what they had recommended, because the last time this policy has been updated was like 2013 or 8, somewhere in there. And so giving us a chance to look at what they were recommending more modernly, we got very excited that it covered a lot of the things we were discussing. So some highlights with our board policy. It lets us know when and why we establish committees. It also lists now those required by statute, like our Community Advisory Committee, our DLAC committees, LCAP, et cetera. There are a few others. It also mentions, it's letting us know that as a board, we need to clearly define the parameters of a committee when we establish it. So should we choose to approve this tonight, then that's the second part of tonight's presentation. We also put into writing how we do our committee member appointments to each one of our committees and how we choose our board liaisons, both of which start with president or committee members making suggestions and then the board approving overall with that. We are also putting into writing that priority consideration of appointment when it is coming from trustee areas. We are recommending that priority consideration be given to any applicant living within the specific trustee area, any applicant not a current member of any other board committee, and when it seems appropriate to the work of the committee, that the applicant be a parent or caregiver of a student that is currently enrolled in the district. We recognize that sometimes we can't always meet those parameters, but those are the recommended parameters. We also are putting into writing that committee meetings do need to follow the parameters of the Brown Act or the Green Act, just to make sure that they are in line with a law, et cetera. So with those highlights, I want to see if our board has any discussion or comments, or if we would feel comfortable moving to approve these tonight. Basically, are there any comments or discussion on the policy is my question. If not, I think Member Navarro is sneaking in.
I just want to thank you guys for doing the work and putting this together. Really appreciate it. It looks great. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
We do not.
Okay, I had to ask. Perfect. Is there a motion?
I'll motion it.
I'll second.
All right, we'll start with our student preferential vote.
Aye. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. And then Danielle, if you can move forward a couple of slides. So go back one if you can for a second. So with that committee approval, we're now going to talk about our 3 committees that have officially appointed members from each trustee area. And we're going to follow the new policy we just shared, that it's our job as a board to define the committee's purpose, to define a timeline for completion of their assignments, responsibilities, who's going to be on the committee, how long they'll be serving, and what we expect in their reporting to us as a board. So our first committee is our Local Control Accountability Plan Advisory Committee. Our chair is Dr. Ed Eldridge. Thank you for moving forward. The purpose of this committee is to receive information that will help us understand both the student needs and how we are going to address those needs through goals, actions, services, and expenditures in our LCAP. And then this committee's job is also to provide insight and input to us as a board and our superintendent that we consider as we approve the LCAP every spring. The timeline of this work is in general 2 school years, starting in October of 2025 and concluding in May of 2027. We are recommending that the committee be 50% from the community and 50% from staff. Everybody will be asked to serve for 2 years, and they will have an agendized report of 3 minutes at the first board meeting of each month. On the next slide, we can officially announce our community members and I'm really apologize in advance if I do not say these names accurately. For Area 1, we're appointing Serenity Thompson. For Area 2, Diana Vu. For Area 3, Sheree Dominguez. For Area 4, Arindira Lundagundinas. Area 5, I know Member Rhodes is still working with some folks on that one. For Area 6, Jeanette Cruz. For Area 7, Desiree Vigil or Vigal. We are also working with, so congratulations to our community members. Yeah. And thank you to all who applied and shared interest. For our 50% staff, we are currently working with our labor partner SCTA for 2 certificated appointments, our labor partner SEIU for 1 classified appointment, and our labor partner UPE for 1 site administrative appointment. The district has also chosen 3 very specific appointees that are key to helping us achieve the goals that have been set for this year. For the district, Aaliyah Holmes, Olga Sims, and Daniel Roleri. Congratulations to those folks, and thanks for willing to step up. I'll pause there and say, are there any questions about our LCAP?
I have a question. Okay. My question is, I just want to know where DLAC voice is in this committee. I know in the past there was a parallel committee and it kind of diminished, and that's a really big part of the voice and the LCFF funding that's coming in, and it's a missing component here. So that's my only concern for now.
I don't want to overspeak, and I don't know if Dr. Eldridge is in the house, but I do know that part of the way he's been shifting the work of LCAP is that he's bringing all of our committees together to provide feedback and to be informed. So while the 14 folks on this list will be the primary LCAP committee, I know that Dr. Eldridge has already met with our students, for example, to get student voice into this room. And I do believe he'll be going to both our community advisory and our DLAC committees to include their voices as well. We have in the past. I would assume we would continue to do so.
Yeah, so I was at a DLAC meeting, and Dr. Aldrich did come in to speak to us and brief the DLAC and to get feedback from DLAC at that particular meeting. But I was only at one meeting last year, so I think that's a practice.
The last thing I'll mention is we do need to officially approve a board liaison for this committee. I know that we had kind of assigned them roughly 6 months ago, but thought we might want to have a conversation about that as we were kind of re-upping our committees. All right, our next committee is Community Schools Advisory Committee. Our chair is Sarah Lynn Bienvenu, and I'm sorry for butchering that. If you want to move forward, this overview is predominantly determined by the agreement regarding community schools that we've put together with our labor partner SCTA. The purpose is that this committee is responsible for creating and inclusively leading how we coordinate and oversee implementing community schools in our district. At this point, the timeline for this work is annual every year. The committee members are 50% community and 50% staff, and they do have an agendized report for about 3 minutes at the beginning, the first board meeting of each month. On our next slide, you can see our committee members. Continuing on, Area 1, Jennifer Dare Sparks. I believe new is Area 2, Rebecca Wygand, and Area 3, Monica Tarbushkovich. Area 4, I know we're still, member Ibarra is working with somebody for that. Area 5 is Frank DeYoung. Area 6, Terrence Gladney. And Area 7, Shanella Barnes. I believe all 3 are continuing on. And I believe our chair will work with our students to get our student representative appointed. For our certificated staff from SCTA, we have Shauna Just, Ian Moore, and Fernando Rodriguez, and we'll work with them to fill that last spot. For classified, it's Alicia Washington and Melissa Jones. We're working with UPE to fill the spot, and for the district, Enrique Flores. Congratulations to all of our appointees. Are there any questions on community schools? All right, this is our new committee, Restorative Justice Advisory Committee. This one has been a long time in the works to make sure that we got it just right. Our chair is going to be Mark Harris. The purpose of this committee has 2 main focuses. The first one is to explore, recommend, and support the integration of restorative justice principles and practices across the district's policies and systems, something that a lot of us have been saying we wanted to see happen for quite a while. So we're excited for this committee to start partnering with us as a board in doing this work. The purpose is also rooted in values of healing, accountability, equity, and community voice. The committee will work collaboratively to identify pathways for meaningful and lasting systemic change. At this time, the committee is meeting for 1 year for 25-26. The committee members will again be 50% community and 50% staff with a length of service of 1 year, and they will in the next meeting have an agendized report on the first board meeting of each month. For our committee appointees, 50% community, Area 1, Rabia Ali, Area 2, Natalie Boyer, Area 3, Alma Lepe, Area 4, Kim O'Hara, Area 5, Sean Allens. We do have interested folks from Area 6 and 7, but we are also working with SCTA as they have a clause in their contract saying any folks from their bargaining unit that want to participate, we work collaboratively on that. 50% staff, SCTA has been invited to appoint 3 people to this. Classified has been invited to appoint 1, site admin 1. The district has also appointed 2 folks, Ashley Alexander and Mark Carnero. Again, sorry if I butchered anyone's names, and congratulations to all appointees. And that essentially concludes my report. If there are any final questions or discussion.
Great job.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Member Jean, for really taking the lead on this and making sure that we push forward. I can share that the appointees for Area 2, those phone calls were just exciting. People, you realize when folks apply to these positions, you realize that there's a reason, there's a passion, there's a desire to help us build a better school district, and you can hear that in those phone calls. So I'm excited to partner in any way that I can and support the folks in my particular area, and I'm also excited to figure out those appointments for liaisons for all our committees, and I will not randomly appoint you all. I will talk to each one of you all and see what folks want to do, because it has to be a passion project, and that's what we're here to do. So, Member Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to thank Member Jean as well. I mean, I think when I first got elected, that was something that we talked about, is about how we expand the voice, right? How we bring the voices in. It's important for this board. We want to really hear from you, and we want you to have the ability to add to, how we kind of visualize and build out governance and things. And so it's really important. I'm excited about, I know I have some members some spots I need to fill, but again, I just want to thank you for that. I think this is a huge part of our work that's been missing, and now it's here, and I'm excited about going forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Jean. Moving on to item 10.3, we have the 2024-2025 student outcome data and related instructional strategies.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Erin Findley, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and joining me this evening is Dr. Wayne Stagnaro, our Director for Strategy and Continuous Improvement, and Christina Espinoza, who arrived, thank you, just in time, who is our Director of College and Career Readiness. This evening, we are here to share our 24-25 summative academic data with you. This data provides a high-level look at our students' overall progress and performance and gives us important information for district-wide decision-making and resource allocation. It's important to note that while summative data is a critical measure of student growth and of the effectiveness of our system and practices, it is only one way that we measure student progress. Formative assessments given by both the district and teachers throughout the school day and year plays an even more critical role in the daily instructional decision-making that happens. Because our focus this evening is on summative data, we'll also show you how we are implementing district-wide instructional strategies designed to directly impact these results and contribute to a stronger, more effective learning environment for all students. And please note that while we are going to be sharing some good news with you tonight, we also recognize that we have lots more work to do. So I'll hand it over to Wayne.
That's what I have. Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, trustees. Dr. Wayne Stagnaro, the Director of Strategy and Innovation. Tonight we're sharing our preliminary data for 24-25 school year. This data may change a little bit when the final numbers are released next month. It's nice to be back with you tonight to look at some positive numbers. And while there's still work to be done. Thank you. There's still work to be done. We do want to celebrate the work of our students and teachers. Here are some acronyms that will be mentioned during the presentation this evening. And so this is our database decision-making dashboard in our Illuminate platform, which provides a 5-year snapshot of our standardized testing results and is a great way of seeing how our students performed overall by level. In blue, we can see the 31.4% of the students that scored a 3 or a 4. In red, 68.6% that scored a 1 or a 2. We can see the percentages of students that scored at each of the levels, 16% at level 4, for example, 29.2 at level 2. There was an improvement of 2% of those scoring 3 or 4. Other progress that we can see is nearly 2% improvement in students scoring a 4, and also a decrease in the percentage of the students that are scoring a 1. Over the next few slides, we'll review the distance from MET or DFM scores for students. The DFM provides a more precise measure than just saying that the student scored a 1, 2, 3, or 4, or that they met or did not meet the standard. The DFM is either a positive or negative. Is either a positive or negative number, which quantifies how far or how close a student is to the lowest standard score. And so I popped up the next little piece to where you can kind of see where the standard would sit, and those green arrows would indicate a positive DFM, and the red arrows would indicate a negative one. This metric is also important to understand as it's how we measure our goal 2 from our LCAP. And for the first time ever, this DFM's metric will also be included on our state dashboard. Here we're looking at the DFM for math for race and ethnicity. As a district, we improved 2.1% overall. We also see how each of the race and ethnicity groups improved. Looking at our LCAP focus groups, our Black African American group improved 3.1%, while our American Indian, Alaska Native group improved 0.4%. This slide includes the distance for MET for math for our student groups and programs. All of these groups are LCAP focus groups, and the numbers that are in parentheses indicated a decrease from the prior year. This again is our 5-year snapshot from the DBDM for ELA in Illuminate, where we see the levels where students scored and how many scored a 3 or a 4 versus a 1 or a 2. There was an improvement of 2.2% of those scoring a 3 or a 4 and meeting or exceeding standards. Students scoring a 4 increased by 1.7%. Those scoring 2 or 3 remained fairly consistent, and students scoring a 1 decreased by 1.8%. Again, looking at the DFM for ELA by race and ethnicity. Overall, as a district, we improved by 1.5%, and all but one group improved to some degree. Our American Indian, Alaska Native, which is one of our LCAP focus groups, declined by 1.2%, while our Black and African American group improved by 2.1%. This slide includes the distance from MET for ELA for our student groups and programs. Again, these are all LCAP focus groups, and the numbers in parentheses do indicate a decrease from the prior year. This is our CAS science assessment, which is completed by grades 5, 8, and 12. Science was added to our state dashboard last year, and we are now held to the same 95% participation rates that we have with ELA and math. The percentages are identical to the prior year, and DFM this year improved by one point. We can see that 26% of the students met or exceeded standards, 74% did not. We can observe that 9.9%, or that area that's marked in blue, scored a 4, 16.4% scored a 3, the area in green, 51.1% scored a 2 in yellow, and then we can see the 22.5 that scored a 1. At the very bottom of this chart, we can see how students performed in each of the 3 branches of science: life, physical, and earth and space. This is a fantastic report for teachers and for site leaders, as they can actually drill down and see the actual students that performed at those levels in their schools and classrooms. This is a 4-year snapshot of our LPAC scores for our EL students in the district. Overall, we can see that scores have been pretty consistent and maintained year to year. Last year, students that progressed a level went down 2.4%. That would be that area that's marked with the dark purple. And students that decreased a level went up 2.2%, which is that area in burgundy or magenta down at the bottom. We're working very closely this year with our multilingual department to better identify and progress monitor these students during the year. And that's it for me. Thank you. I'm going to turn the mic back over to Erin, and she's going to talk about some of the strategies that we're using to support our students and instruction.
Thank you, Wayne. So one of our main areas of focus in terms of improving student outcomes is professional learning. Last year, professional learning focused on foundational literacy, English language development, and our culture and climate framework for all educators. This year, building the capacity of our elementary leaders and educators is a primary focus. We're focused on foundational literacy skills instruction, structured literacy, and intervention. Additionally, as you know, we have 80 new reading intervention teachers in our system, and we are working with them through ongoing monthly professional learning and site support to improve literacy instruction and improvement across every one of our elementary schools. With our secondary leaders and educators, we are focusing on the implementation of ELD standards across ELD English language development across all subjects. Additionally, our high school math educators are piloting new instructional materials with K-8 math educators doing the same this spring. System-wide, the district is focusing on the installation of MTSS, as we shared last week, primarily with our 10 elementary proof of concept sites and focusing on exploration and expansion at our secondary. Additionally, all of our educators have the opportunity to participate in professional learning aligned with these priorities through optional sessions during and after the school day. In the curriculum and instruction department, we focus our system, our resources, and our professional learning based on student need and those aforementioned professional learning opportunities. And we do so through a tiered approach. Through a universal tier 1 lens, we focus on the curricular and programmatic needs of the system by way of professional learning, supporting the use of instructional materials, and offering common assessments. At a tier 2 targeted level, we provide instructional coaching and support to teachers and teams for targeted sites that we've identified through a review of student progress and performance data that's aligned with the target student groups and sites in the LCAP that Wayne shared before. And Christina will share some information about our grad and A to G rates.
Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, and members of the board. I will very quickly go through the graduation and A through G data. This is just a historical view of where we were in 2016-17 and where we currently are. We have seen over the last 7 years a 6% increase in the number of students who are graduating from high school, which is a record high for our district. This is just a breakdown by ethnicity of our graduates. Some highlights is that we have several student groups that are over 90% graduation rate. Our African American students have improved steadily from 21-22 to 24-25, from 83% to 87%. So that's significant growth over the last few years. Clearly, we still have some areas of concern. There's some equity gaps. We have some work to do with our Native American students whose graduation rate kind of hovers between 67 and 81%. So that's definitely an area where we will be focusing on. This next slide focuses on programs, and overall trends here is that our graduation rates for student programs show notable progress in 24-25, with nearly all groups improving compared to previous years. So that's definitely a place of celebration for us. A through G rates, again, this is an all-time high for us. We have never reached 52.7%. This is, over the last 7 years, we've seen a significant increase. And again, as a reminder, A through G are the minimum number of courses required to apply to a 4-year college or university in the state of California. I'd like to call out specifically that, like, in both area graduation and A through G rates, our Native American students specifically, and our homeless and foster youth students have seen significant improvements, and that has been really through very intentional strategy and collaboration with other departments. And I'll focus, you can review the slides and look at the data by subgroup, but some of the strategies, as I mentioned earlier, was like intentional collaboration across departments. Over the last couple of years, we've disaggregated the data, we've divided the workload, and very diligently monitored, both through the master schedule and monthly data reviews by subgroup with counselors, with assistant principals, with our counterparts in other departments. We have standardized all of the course placement across most of our sites. We've incorporated the academic planning within Infinite Campus. We piloted last year. We're going to be moving towards streamlining more of that this year. We have a very, very robust credit recovery system across all of our high schools. We pay for a teacher to facilitate the credit recovery courses, at least 3 sections per high school currently. We are providing professional learning for counselors and, again, supporting them on a monthly basis. The data infrastructure is super robust in our system. The quality control of student records and communication and collaboration with our tech services plays a critical role in graduation as well. A big focus also is increasing enrollment in our CTE courses. We know the data and research shows that if more students are involved in CTE, they are more likely to graduate. So we're really increasing our enrollment there. And then again, our long-term strategy was to focus on 9th grade, so we continue to focus on engagement strategies. We are in our year 3 of implementation, so really we will see the fruit of that particular effort next year, and we will have a separate presentation to share with you in a coming board meeting about that work specifically, but it's looking very promising for us. So that's all we have for you. Questions?
All right, thank you. Public comment?
We do not have any.
All right, board discussion, questions, comments? Member Jean?
Oh, I was wondering what the presentation was going to be like, because as you all know, I'm not a big fan of the standardized testing focus, because we know it's such a high level and fully incomplete view of our students. But man, this is exciting. For the last 3 years, we've been hearing more and more about the strategic ways that different groups, from our foster and homeless youth to our graduation cohorts, to the list of these strategies, to our 9th grade teams, to the conversations that are happening from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school, the work that we are doing in special education, the work we are doing in our DLAC and ELAC. It's just incredible to see it's paying off. These investments and this hard work is paying off. And I'm just like, let's take a moment and celebrate. Like, can we throw some confetti? Like, Google, can you give us some confetti right now? So that is super, super exciting. And thanks for the tantalization of, like, next year we get to see how those 9th grade cohorts come out and what that means. That's going to be super, super exciting. That basically means that their scores are essentially our 11th grade CAS scores this year, right? So we're going to want to see how those CAS scores play out this year. To see if that the target on them is, not that I care much about the standardized test, but they are on our dashboard and they are a measure that we look at. I also just want to say thank you very much for blending not only the presentation of the dashboard and these scores that we do need to look at with the work that we're doing and the focus that we have. I remember one of the first presentations I attended when I was deciding if I wanted to run or not was actually one about MTSS. And the focus was all tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. And as a teacher, I just found that continually frustrating, because it felt like you're just telling, well, tier 1, you just got to get better. Like, that's really the problem. And I'm just so excited to see the ways in which we have embraced what tier 2 is meaning, and that our MTSS and the plans we have there is going to continue to expand on what tier 2 needs to look like and how we strategically support folks there. And then as we continue to have the intense conversations in tier 3 for our students that just deserve and need so much more from us. So thank you. I don't have any specific questions, just a bunch of random thoughts that I wanted to share. So thank you so much for all your hard work, and huge props to all of your teams for the work that they're doing.
Thank you. Member Ibarra.
Thank you for this very informative presentation. I want to just reflect back on was it page 19, slide 19? I don't know. The one, this one. A to G, yeah. That's really something to celebrate. And I know we're seeing 52% and it doesn't look like, it looks like, okay, we're halfway there, but this is huge. And when I think about the students that we serve and the amount of times throughout the years that I myself, as a community, when I was on that side of the dais, right, and other families expressed when it came to the A through G, this is really something to celebrate. So I just really want to highlight that. Really great on the district and all of the hard work that you all are doing. So I want to start there. When I look at the data, though, I still have, I'm looking at, on page 10, our English learners, although they made an improvement of what I'm understanding to be 9.4%, we still have 90.6% of students that did not improve, right? I just want to make sure I was understanding that correctly. Yes. This one.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, no. There we go. No, that's, the 9.4 are the students that improved on that distance from MET, so they improved that score, they got higher than the standard and have moved, in a positive direction. We still have 90.6% that did not improve over this year, and so that actually was a 0.1% decrease, yeah.
Okay. And
can I just give a little response to that? I was looking for Dr. Sims.
Thank you. It's okay.
I don't want to surprise her and call her up here, but one of the things that our multilingual team has been really consistently doing over the last couple of years is increasing their presence on campus and supporting the designated ELD and integrated ELD by going and visiting classrooms and providing support and feedback to both teachers and site leaders in order to improve the quality of the English language development that we're providing. So that is a major area of focus, not just for our multilingual team, but across the academic office. And we can get into more detail in a future presentation about that, but definitely an area of focus.
Okay, thank you for that. So I like that you said you could.
If I can continue.
Yeah.
Really quickly. We also worked really, really hard to get lists to our sites and our site leaders before the school year started of those students that were able to be reclassified, that those students that had passed an LPAC but had not yet had an opportunity to do some sort of basic skills assessment to support that LPAC score and be reclassified. And then also some that had received threes and had passed the basic skills assessment, but just needed a little bit more work, maybe some practice tests with LPAC. And so that's conversation. We were able to provide those lists before the school started. Traditionally, they've been given out like in October. So we lose a lot of instructional time, and then also our first diagnostic window for iReady as an opportunity to be able to reclass. So it is something that all the teams are working on together to improve that. Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing.
Okay.
Because Dr. Sims isn't here, but this just speaks to the collaboration, right?
She's right over there.
Oh, hi, Olga. So in the high school space, in middle school, actually, we integrated this last year, we implemented a newcomer pathway, and again, it's through the master schedule, where we are very intentionally scheduling our newcomers into a sequence of courses in an effort to, expedite or expeditiously get them through like the ELD1 and ELD2s so that they could get into the courses needed. So accelerating that process. So that's a huge intervention that we've implemented and expanded this last year.
Okay. Now, thank you for all of that information, because I just got a bunch of information that I wasn't aware of. So I heard a lot of good things. Since you mentioned being able to bring back some more data for us to look like in a future presentation, I would be interested in particular to look at the long-term ELs, specifically when they're transitioning from elementary school to middle school, because I know that a few years back, when I looked at the data on ELs, Hiram Johnson had about 10% of the entire district's EL students, right? And then just based off of my digging into research, and then when I further looked, I saw a trend in the area that I live in and represent. And I know that we serve a very high population of English learners in the area as well. And so because of that knowledge, I would really like for us as a board to be able to look at that data a little more and broken down per zip code to see what is it that we're missing. Because I see all of the great work that you all are doing. Dr. Sims, the work that has unfolded since coming back to in-person classes, it's a testament to all of the hard work that your department has put in. And a lot of this I know was piloted at Hiram Johnson when a lot of us angry parents were like, what the heck are you guys doing, right? But you were able to implement some of this stuff and then it sounds like expanded to other schools, which is great. That's great. But we still have the problem of the long-term ELs, and I just have this idea that if we can start looking at that more and really digging into it, then we can start seeing these numbers increase a little bit rapidly with the rest of that'll reflect the rest of the work that you're doing, basically. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you. Member Navarro.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. So I have, and I don't know if we're actually doing this, but obviously I love the numbers on A through G. Are we tracking, or is there a way for us to track if our students are enrolling at I guess CSU or UC, the universities that require these requirements?
We are, in fact, we're in the process of reestablishing our data exchange agreements with our local colleges and universities to start seamlessly exchanging data again, because there was a bit of a halt this last year. There's a new process. So, but yes, we are tracking how many of our kids are applying and then ultimately enrolling, at least in our local colleges and universities. And then we get self-reported data through student surveys that tell us where the students applied outside of our region. And then through the National Clearinghouse, we are reviewing where, in fact, they enrolled.
Awesome.
So we are. And we have the college eligibility project, that we are sending all those letters out to all of our seniors again, and it's exactly for that reason, is to make sure that our students are aware of the options that they have currently, and then they, pursue their college applications, submit the college applications according to their individual profiles. So that's going out October 1 to all of our seniors, and we will be tracking that.
Okay. So we'll be able to see that at some point, maybe?
We have that for previous years, and we will be able to track it for this year, yes. Mhm.
Perfect. So then we get that also, if they're not eligible to go straight to university, if they're enrolling in junior colleges, we might actually see that type of data.
We have that data too, yeah. So we know how many of our students are on track for A through G and apply to a 4-year based on self-reported in our local colleges and universities, and then we know how many of our students are going to the community college locally as well. We track that.
And it might be harder to actually track, if they're if they're doing some sort of apprenticeship or something like that. That might be a little harder.
That is a little trickier currently, because the higher ed institutions are working on that. But currently, we can verify where they actually enrolled, and possibly by major. But yes, some of that is available. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have no other questions or comments, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to section 11.0, our public hearing section. Our initial public hearing for Sava.
All right. Good evening, board. Tonight we are having the initial public hearing for the charter renewal of, I'm only going to say it all at once, Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy. otherwise known as SAVA. We'll just say SAVA for the rest of the time. With me, I have Summer Ash and Maury Elliott from the SAVA leadership team, who will introduce themselves in a moment, but I will go through my very basic introduction. So we received the renewal petition for SAVA on August 20th. Their charter expires at the end of this year, June 30th, 2026. Per Education Code, we have 90 days to review the petition and vote on their renewal, which will occur at the November 6th board meeting. This is the initial public hearing with the purpose of allowing everyone to consider public support for the petition. My staff report that will go over how well they met the terms of their petition will be published on October 22nd. Last year, we talked a lot about middle tier and the tiers, and now you get to forget all of that. So SAVA is we call a DAS school, or a Dashboard Alternative Status School, and they will explain that very well to you. But in this particular case, the criteria for renewal is not the dashboard. It is a set of metrics that we meet and agree on several years ago, and the assumption is renewal if they have met those metrics. And so that's what my report will go over. And with that, I will hand this over to Assistant Superintendent Elliott.
Thank you, Amanda. And good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, and members of the board. Again, my name is Maury Elliott. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Gateway Community Charters and SAVA Charter School. And we're excited to share SAVA's story tonight and the impact that we make in our community for our students. There we go. So SAVA was first established in 2017. Currently, our enrollment is just over 560 students. And we are a flexible hybrid educational model. As Amanda said, we're a DOS school, and Summer will get into the specifics of DOS in a few minutes. A key strength of SAVA is our career and technical education program. Currently, we have 10 different pathways offered at our SAVA Sacramento City campuses. Those include media arts, hospitality, culinary, automotive, construction, just to name a few. One of the ways we fund these programs, CTE is a big extra cost, but we know that is a core component of helping kids re-engage in education. We do a lot of grant writing and utilize the K-12 Strong Workforce, CTIG, and Golden State Pathways grants to make sure our kids have the opportunity to participate in these pathways. At SAVA, we blend rigorous academics with real-world preparation. Students have access to A through G coursework for college eligibility and participate in dual enrollment through our partnership with Los Rios Community College. Partnerships with organizations outside of K-12 education, such as SMUD and the Sacramento Air District, create opportunities for job shadows, internships, and workforce development. A recent student highlight with these partnerships is our electric lowrider conversion project, where our students are converting a 64 Chevy Impala into a fully electric lowrider. And this summer, our students were able to take this car to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. and show it off at their summer festival. The car should be complete this fall, and soon you'll be able to see our students at our local elementary schools, community events, and car shows showing off the car and talking about how this project integrates core academics, history and culture, and career training to re-engage in education. SAVA is operated by Gateway Community Charters, as I said earlier. GCC, as we call it, successfully manages 9 different schools throughout the Sacramento region. We serve over 5,800 students and have a proven track record of financial stability, which you'll see in all of our reports and our charter document. SAVA's Portrait of a Graduate, or GCC's Portrait of a Graduate, is really our North Star. It's what we want all our students to accomplish. The portrait defines what we want every student to become, which is academically ready, life ready, and career ready. It also calls for students who are global citizens, productive citizens, and reflective thinkers. At SAVA, these characteristics are embedded throughout all aspects of our program. Our project-based learning model challenges students to solve real-world problems that integrate multiple core subjects into a learning experience. In our CTE pathways, students develop technical competencies like welding, machining, digital media, alongside communication, critical thinking, and civic engagement. The Electric Lowrider Project, as I mentioned, exemplifies this approach where students applied academic knowledge, explored cultural history, collaborated with industry partners, and shared their work on a national stage. By embedding the portrait into all the program opportunities we provide, we prepare students not just to graduate, but to thrive in life and a career. Next, I'm going to ask Director Ass to share a little bit about SAVA's academic program and student supports.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you all for having us tonight. SAVA's measurable
Are we on that slide? Yes, we're good. Okay. SAVA's measurable success for students rests on a strong foundation of innovative program design. In middle school, students engage in project-based learning that builds critical thinking and collaboration. In high school, our dual enrollment partnership with Los Rios allows students to earn transferable college credit before graduation. Last year, SAVA achieved a 93.6% one-year graduation rate, with particularly strong results in English language learners and African American students. We also saw a 4.3% increase in students meeting or exceeding the ELA CAS test score. SAVA is a WASC accredited school through June of 2028, and we are named Capturing Kids' Hearts Showcase School for our positive school culture. Family and community engagement is at the heart of SAVA's mission and a central pillar to our community schools work. Through our strong partnership with community organizations and industry leaders, we provide not only a wraparound support, but also authentic, hands-on learning experiences that connect students with their communities. Our CTE pathways drive this approach. Students learn alongside professionals, work on real-world projects, and see a direct line from education to career. Whether catering school events with our SAVA food truck or participating in job shadows and internships, our students are engaged with the world around them, and they give back in meaningful ways. Enrollment and retention have shown steady growth, signaling that families trust the SAVA model and choose to stay with us once they are enrolled. This stability strengthens long-term relationships with students and families and supports our outcomes. Financially, we continue to operate from a position of strength. SAVA consistently exceeds the state's 3% reserve requirement, and multi-year projections reflect a healthy, sustainable outlook that allows strategic investment in staff, facilities, and innovation for our stability. As Mr. Elliott mentioned earlier, SAVA qualifies as a DOS school because over 70% of our unduplicated students meet criteria such as being credit deficient, previously truant, homeless, or foster, to name a few. There are a list of 12 of those, and you can see them there. Working closely with Sacramento City Unified School District, we have co-developed DOS performance goals tailored to our student population, ensuring alignment, support, and accountability. Our one-year graduation rate continues to be a point of pride. In 23-24, SAVA's rate was 93.6%, significantly higher than other DOS schools in the region. These results show that SAVA is not only re-engaging students who may have previously fallen off track, but also helping them successfully complete high school. College and career readiness remains a priority at SAVA. While overall numbers still have room for improvement, our prepared rate rose 1.9% in 23-24, and SAVA also matched or exceeded the rates of comparable DOS schools in our district and in our county. This year, we are concentrating on 2 college and career ready areas, CTE pathway completion and dual enrollment. We've been able to add all capstone sections to our CTE pathways, and we are expanding our Los Rios dual enrollment opportunities through a CCAP agreement, including onboarding, support, tutoring, and progress monitoring. Our local assessments, our participation fell short of our 90% goal here. However, among students who tested at both the beginning and the end of the school year, we saw meaningful gains, with subgroups exceeding the 5% growth target. Overall, 16.7% of students advanced at least one performance level in English and 5.6% in math. Subgroup highlights include Asian students, Hispanic students, and African American students moving up at least a minimum of 10%. And English language learners and socioeconomic disadvantaged students also improved. Our focus this year is twofold: raise participation to above 90% and accelerate growth through clearer test calendars, family reminders, makeups, and targeted Tier 2 intervention instruction tied to diagnostic data. From 23 to 24, from the year 23-24 to 24-25, our 8th to 9th grade retention rate was 92.9%, well above the 75% goal. And the 9th through 12th rate was 83.9%, exceeding our target. The prior year was similarly strong at 90.5% and 83.5% respectively, demonstrating stable student persistence. These results reflect front-loaded onboarding for new students, individualized schedules, and regular check-ins with teachers of record. This year, we are strengthening early warning systems for attendance, building more time on campus earlier in middle school and 9th and 10th grade, and expanding our MTSS process with PBIS. Student supports start the moment students arrive at SAVA. All new students complete a 3-week in-person onboarding program. They learn the SAVA hybrid routine, build relationships, set goals, and complete diagnostics for accurate placement. From there, every student receives an individualized weekly schedule. Some are on campus multiple days for classes or one-on-one meetings. Others receive even more frequent touch points. We use the RTI approach and support for tutoring, small group instruction, counseling, academic intervention, added lab time as needed, and the result is a flexible system that meets students where they're at, and it adapts as they grow. CTE is a graduation expectation at SAVA. Students complete at least 25 credits, 5 semesters of pathway coursework, so every graduate leaves with marketable skills. We pair this with personalized learning pathways. Students set goals with teachers, track progress, and align academics and interests. A single pathway class can integrate English, math, science, and career competencies in one project. And this is how we operationalize our portrait of a graduate that you saw earlier and translate this into tangible real-world outcomes. These photos capture what defines SAVA, a culture of building relationships, high academic expectations, and engaging CTE pathways where academic, technical skills, and community-based learning come together. All of this guided by our portrait of a graduate, and we would love to invite you to visit our campus, tour our labs, sit in on pathway class, and speak with our students and instructors. We would love to have you out at our campus. In closing, SAVA has demonstrated success in student outcomes as a DOS school and meets the standards for 5-year charter renewal. And to end, I would just like to ask if you are here in support of SAVA, could you please stand? Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening, and we are happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 7 speakers on this topic. First up is Janice Snyder, followed by Domingo Ramirez and Yael Padilla.
Good evening. My name is Janice Lamb Snyder, and I serve as the Director of Community Air Protection at the Sacramento Air District. Our agency is responsible for protecting public health by ensuring Sacramento meets air quality standards through various programs. Through our Community Air Protection Program, we focus on practical, local solutions to address community needs directly. I'd like to highlight our partnership with SAVA that aligns with what I've heard in countless community conversations. Residents have expressed the need for hands-on opportunities, culturally relevant projects, and pathways into cleaner energy workforce. Our collaboration with SAVA reflects those priorities and puts them into action. One of our most unique projects in the is the conversion of a classic 1964 lowrider Impala into an electric vehicle, working directly with SAVA students. In Sacramento, automobiles are the largest source of air pollution. By connecting something deeply rooted in Hispanic and Latino culture with clean technology, this project addresses community concerns while shifting perception about electric vehicles. It shows that EV can preserve cultural identity, reduce pollution, and protect public health. This nationally recognized project has inspired students and opened doors to careers to clean energy and automotive innovation. We've also developed an air quality curriculum with SAVA that meets state standards while teaching students how air quality is measured and how to protect their family's health. And it equips our youth and our community with practical knowledge to safeguard their well-being and creating a healthier neighborhood. Now built, other schools can adopt it too, extending that benefit beyond just one community. We are proud of this partnership because it reflects community voices and prepares the next generation to build a healthier Sacramento. We hope you continue to support programs that make this possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Before I begin, I'd like to offer some words of support for Board Member Kemper. I appreciate your comments during the recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, and never be sorry for your tears. You're supporting your, expressing your love for your friends, family, and community, so make sure to always be proud. My name is Domingo Ramirez. I'm staff for Sacramento Mayor Pro Tem Eric Guerra. I am speaking on his behalf. Sacramento Area Vocational Academy is in the council member's district, and he has long been a supporter of their innovative programs. As a board member of the Sac Metro Air District, which is a partner for SAVA's EV Lowrider conversion project, the council member was proud to see SAVA students representing Sacramento on the national stage at the Smithsonian Festival in Washington, D.C. earlier this summer. What an inspiring experience that was for these students. And as a board member of the California Air Resources Board, Councilmember Guerra knows how critical SAVA and the EV Lowrider project are for workforce development, especially in careers that will improve our air quality. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra expresses his full support for the renewal of SAVA's charter, and in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, as Board Member Guerra says, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yael Padilla Chaboya. I'm from Puerto Rico, Bayamon, and I've been a senior, I'm a senior at SAVA for 3 years now. And before coming to SAVA, I was in traditional high school, large class sizes. In the environment, I often felt, really invisible, not really paid attention to, especially since the work was kind of difficult, and the fear of being, laughed upon, of not knowing the criteria. So I stayed quiet and, just accepted the fail until I heard about SAVA from a friend of mine. I heard that classes were more flexible, the teachers were more friendlier, and they help you one-on-one. So I transferred. I thought it was going to be easy at first, considering the time, the days, but when I learned during the onboarding process, it takes a lot of work to stay in that school, but the work is worth it. As they were talking about the lowrider EV, that was one of the best projects I worked on, planning the battery in, and now I'm working on a lowrider EV bike, which I'm currently sanding down. And especially during public school, it was hard for me to ask for help, afraid, stayed quiet. And SAVA taught me how to speak up, how to ask for help. It's how I'm talking now. That's something that they helped me with a lot, especially during my first years with the teachers. They're so welcoming, and it feels like you're already a friend, a student. And this is one of the biggest highlights of the whole school is, the environment. They make you feel welcome. The CTE classes, all diverse, all to fit what you want to work on when you're out of high school. And the support they provide is amazing. Financial, even with these glasses, I got these glasses for free, which I couldn't afford them. And I'm so happy that I've been able to see now.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Noemi Ortiz, followed by Maria Guzman, and then Jonathan Sanchez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Noemi Ortiz. I'm a proud SAVA graduate. I attended SAVA for 4 years and graduated in 2012. After being expelled from public school, I fear that my educational journey had ended. However, SAVA provided me with an unexpected opportunity to continue and complete my education. Shortly after starting at SAVA, I became pregnant, and as a teen mother, I carried the responsibility of financially supporting my son while also pursuing my education. SAVA gave me the flexibility to work and study at the same time, so I didn't have to choose between motherhood and my future. SAVA even welcomed my baby with a celebration party and provided a nursery room where I can feed and change him. That support made all the difference and felt cared and loved for. As an English learner, I struggled in traditional school, but with personalized one-on-one guidance from SAVA, I was able to get the help I needed to succeed, stay on track, and graduate on time with my class. This accomplishment demonstrated not only the effectiveness of SAVA, but to overcome my challenges because they believed in me. Now my son is in his second year at SAVA, and I have witnessed the same support being provided to him. It is helping him excel academically and reach his full potential. So I want to thank SAVA for making a difference in both our lives and giving us the privilege to share our story. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Guzman. I am a proud mother of 3 graduates, 1 early graduate, and a freshman at SAVA. When I was looking for a school, I wanted something different. I wanted a smaller classroom, environment, place for my children to be heard, seen when things get overwhelmed. The amazing teachers here don't just teach a group of kids. They treat them as family. They work one-on-one. They move at each student's pace when things get overwhelming. But SAVA goes beyond emotional support. They offer CTE classes, collaborating with local business communities, and hands-on learning. For example, my son joined the fire and rec class through the pathway, gaining employment with P Crew for 2 years in a row. Now he lives in Yosemite National Forest doing what he loves. My daughter joined public safety, and she's doing her career in criminal justice. Her eyes are set on becoming a homicide detective. The classes she took in at SAVA, things like emergency medical responder, first aid, CPR, and laying the foundation for her career. What fills me with deepest pride is that all children who graduated, including early graduates, have left with a career path in mind. In many families, what's next is the question. At SAVA, the question's answered. They leave with college credits, certifications. Without SAVA, honestly, I don't know where I would start my kids' career. But because of Sava, we have directions, hopes, skills, and confidence that our children aren't just graduating, they're stepping into their futures.
Good evening, members of the school board, staff, and community. My name is Jonathan Sanchez, and I'm a 12th grade student at Sava Sim High School. I'm here today to share how this school has supported my learning, growth, and goals in some of the unique opportunities I've experienced at Sava. Sava Sim High School has helped me succeed academically by providing me with the most supportive teachers I've been able to work with. Shout out to Miss Yan, Mr. Leon, my math teacher, and Ms. Zazo. I've grown personally in areas such as confidence, leadership, and resilience because of the programs such as CTE classes, Pro Youth, leadership, and practices I've had the pleasure of participating in. One of the most valuable experiences I've had at Sava Sim was attending leadership and eventually becoming the president of the leadership meetings. This taught me to fully utilize my leadership skills by conducting speeches in classes, while simultaneously teaching me the importance of working with others. One of my most memorable moments of leadership was preparing and setting up for the school's Winter Resource Fair. Our school hosts an annual Winter Resource Fair that provides food and supplies like coats, cleaning supplies, appliances, and foods for family in need. This event taught me how to organize an event for the community, and it was very rewarding to see all the hard work and efforts of the leadership class and our school staff came to fruition to help my fellow peers and community. Another unique and valuable opportunity that I've been fortunate to experience was completing an internship through Fitness and Recreation CTE pathway at Sac State through Peak Adventures. Through this internship, I gained valuable experience of getting real-world work done in a professional setting. These opportunities have prepared me for what comes after graduation. So I'm forever grateful for how the school supported me, my brother and sister, friends and peers who also go to Sava. I know I can always ask for help from any staff member on campus, and they're always here to ready to support my academic goals. Thank you for listening and supporting for our school's charter renewal.
No more public comment.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. Any board discussion, comments? This is an informational item, so there's nothing to vote on.
I want to see the lowrider.
We'll be back in November. We'll bring it.
And it's not far away, so
Right.
you
I could
can
actually
go
walk,
visit.
Literally, that's how close it is to my home.
Ariel, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Next up, we have item 11.2, which is the charter renewal public hearing for Aspire Capitol Heights Academy, also an informational item.
So good evening again, board. So this, we're just to put context, we have 4 renewals this year. So you're hearing 2 tonight, you'll hear 2 in about a month. This is the initial public hearing for the charter renewal for Aspire Capitol Heights Academy. I'm going to let this amazing team of leaders introduce themselves in a moment. I will, no, there we go. So in early August, we received the charter petition to renew the charter for Aspire Capitol Heights Academy. Their charter expires in June 2026. As we mentioned before, we have 90 days to vote on this item, which will occur at our November 6th board meeting. This is the initial public hearing to determine the level of public support for this petition. The details of my review of their petition will be published on October 22nd. There we go. Again, we are taking a little bit of a veer off of last year's understanding. Aspire Capitol Heights Academy falls into the low renewal tier. And what that means in this case is that with the other tiers, while our assumption is renewal, in this case, actually, our assumption is non-renewal unless, and there's a whole bunch of unlesses that we'll share with you over the course of this period of time. But the decision before you in November will be to decide if if you think that it's appropriate to give them 2 more years to sort of make things work, and they will make that case, and we'll provide you a lot of information in your board report to understand that unless. And so with that, I will hand it over to Tony Salina and his team.
All right. Thanks so much, Amanda. Appreciate it. Superintendent Allen, President Singh, trustees. Want to take a special time to thank Dr. Goldman and the Sac City staff. They've been fantastic to work with in organizing and getting this petition into your hands. It's about the size of a phone book, so I know it's a lot to take in and look over, and so we just appreciate the time that the staff takes. We have 6 authorizers across all of our schools, and I will say absolutely, it's been our pleasure to work with Sac City. They've been the most organized, most prepared, most thorough, and we really appreciate that. So we are going to be very transparent in this process, so thank you. They're Aspire Public Schools. We were last here in front of you in 2020. That was our material revision where we asked for permission during the pandemic over Zoom, so we weren't actually here, to move the school to a new location. We had been in a church building for our first 20 years of existence, or 15 years of existence, and to get a new facility and extend to 8th grade. And not adding new students, just extending our grade band. We were granted that in 2020, and so we're proud to say we're in a beautiful new building that we would love for y'all to come visit, and we do have now up to 8th grade. So Capitol Heights Academy has been serving Sacramento now for 22 years. So I've been with Aspire for 23. Capitol Heights was actually founded in the 2nd year when I was still a 4th grade teacher. So we're excited to still continue to serve the Sacramento scholars that we have and want to continue to support. We were a blue ribbon school in the past. We were a California Distinguished School in the past. And so our goal and vision is to return the school to those academic results that we had in the past. And our mission and vision remains the same, as you can say there, which is to continue to provide a rigorous, joyful academic experience with inclusivity for all of our scholars, especially Black, Latinx, Indigenous people, and people of color, who are so grateful to see all the presentations today and really feel like we are a part of that community. Also, we've updated our vision and motto in the last few years, and empowering minds and transforming futures was a shift from our previous of college for certain. The idea there being that we want to acknowledge that there are many pathways for scholars that fit their needs, their desires, and their gainful future employment. So we wanted to give them more options. So love to see the Savas program and all that they're doing, and we're learning a lot from our other partners in terms of ways to support our scholars. My job today is really to talk about the technical stuff. So the fiscal allocation between how our organization works in terms of the home office, regional office, and school, and also the plan for our program implementation. And our Associate Superintendent, Sharon Johnson, will share a little bit about the academic highlights and turnaround program. And then our Principal Williams here will share specifically what our turnaround plan is that Dr. Goldman was talking about. So in terms of the fiscal relationship, every dollar at our organization goes to schools first. So all the ADA, all the LCFF funding, all flows into the school first. We take a portion of that, a percentage, which is 12%, that helps go to the home office and regional office to support with all the services that we provide. So I'll go into what those services are, but it is extensive, and we are able to then subsidize and support schools that are lacking enrollment or attendance, such as Capitol Heights Academy. So our regional office oversees kind of the expenditures. We support with the way in which we look at budgeting, et cetera. We give staffing recommendations. Our home office is in charge of fiscal stewardship. So they do manage payroll, benefits, insurance, fiscal oversight, accounts payable, accounts receivable, all those including external and internal audits. So I want to be really clear that we have an extensive audit system. We are annually audited, and we have bi-monthly site budget meetings where we check in to make sure expenditures are matching our projections. Also, the school that was built with bond funding, and so we also have accountability on the fiscal side to our bond holders to make sure that we're financially solvent. So we have multiple folks that we're accountable to make sure we're doing things correctly fiscally. And then in terms of programmatically, that's where the regional office drives what are our priorities, our LCAP, our action plans, the curriculum implementation, the way we make sure there's fidelity, looking at data. Similar to the data presentation that you have, we had our Aspire board meeting earlier today, and we did a very similar update and academic program presentation to our board. So that is the regional role. The home office is in charge of network-wide mission, vision, values, compliance, making sure we're doing all state and legal. They approve all curriculum, and similarly, they approved our turnaround plan that you have before you in your pre-reads today as well. And then lastly, the school site does the hard work, right? They're doing the implementation, supporting staff, doing the trainings, meeting with families, making sure they're developing a site plan and monitoring the program as they move forward. So we are able to provide then as a region additional academic supports as well. So many of our staff members that are directors come to the school to help oversee, sometimes teach and model instructional programs, and we also often have them be able to support teachers in planning and looking at data as well. Oops. Okay, and with that, I will turn it over to Associate Superintendent Johnson.
Good evening or good night, trustees. In the past few years, Aspire Capitol Heights Academy has communicated and the community has collaborated on major structural improvements to accelerate academic and also climate and cultural growth at the school. Most importantly, we've first hired a new school leader. In just a minute, you'll meet our principal, Tamara Williams. She comes to us with 28 years of experience, 15 of those in the Sacramento community. She is a veteran school leader with 9 years of school leadership experience, and 2 of those is a principal mentor working with turnaround schools to shore up and ensure that schools are thriving communities. She leads from a core belief that strong systems build great schools and students deserve our very best. So those systems and system improvements are already underway at Shaw, including a focus on a restructured administrative team with a dedicated TK to 5 and 6-8 leader, coaching teachers to increase the standards-aligned curriculum implementation on campus at all grade levels. And then specifically in the middle school, we restructured to focus on single subject classrooms with credentialed teachers rather than a multi-subject model. And we're starting to begin to see the impact of those improvements. Students are closing the distance from mastery of grade level standards. We anticipate on the release that'll come out in November of the California dashboard that we will have gains significantly outpacing those of the state in both ELA and math. And we also have demonstrated dramatically accelerated growth on internal verified assessments. Our school culture and climate data is also improving. We have seen a decrease of 6% suspension rates, decreases in chronic absenteeism rates, and our survey results for students, family, and staff are trending towards improvements in satisfaction of the experience that our communities are feeling in the learning community. We know, and we do not shy away from the fact that we have work to do to continue to accelerate Capitol Heights' growth and to build towards a thriving school community. So we have designed and are implementing a 2-year corrective action plan focused on the 4 major areas you see here on this slide. And it is my honor now to introduce you to our principal, Tamara Williams, who's going to share key actions that we are taking to empower minds and transform the futures of our CHA students.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here to present to you what we've been working on in our 45 days of school. First and foremost, I want to highlight that if you were to come and visit our school, you would already see a transformation in our middle school. The addition of single subject teachers not only has given students the opportunity to have rich instruction in their area of expertise, but it has now also given us enough staff to have clubs and electives and additional activities to give a true middle school experience for our scholars. In addition, one of the things the kids told me when I first started in May, I did listening sessions with kids, and they said they wanted more enrichment besides just PE, and we now have art as an alternative elective, TK to 8. The support of our regional office has been outstanding as we push to increase achievement in the primary grades. They have made a pilot available to us in foundational literacy to be able to increase student achievement. And then in grades 3 through 8, we will be beginning an individualized tutoring program in which students are grouped 1 to 3 to an adult to have an intervention program where they'll receive 90 minutes of individualized instruction in the ELA and 90 minutes in math per week, each student in grades 3 through 8. In addition to that, one, my presence as a leader, I think, is helping the school grow. But in addition, my experience, I've had the opportunity to help provide mentorship and leadership to our 2 assistant principals. They are now in classrooms every day providing observation and feedback to help coach and increase teacher skill. And as we have restructured all of the staffing, we've done this in order, 1, to serve kids, but also to maintain alignment with our current budget. One of my first beliefs is that strong systems run good schools. And so one of the things that I have come in immediately is to make sure that staff is aligned around student expectations, and then we work together as a team to teach kids those expectations. And I think it shows primarily in the reduction of suspension rates, a continued increase on attendance and engagement of students and families. Although we recognize that enrollment and attendance are challenges that we face, but we have many strategies that we are employing to increase those things. One of them is 2 staff members that are dedicated to recruitment, enrollment, and in attendance. Our school social worker and our parent outreach coordinator work with the rest of our staff, particularly our community schools director, to really make sure that our voice is out there, we're in the community, we're recruiting, we're taking needs assessments to find out what our families need, to not only have them tell a friend to increase enrollment, but also to maintain retention. Let's see. Tony spoke about the financials and all the things around recruitment. One additional thing to mention is that we have our regional office and home office has provided SCOLA, which is an organization to help with recruitment. So they are also making phone calls, doing exit interviews, calling previous students to see why didn't we meet your needs? What could we do better to improve our school to meet your needs? Would you be interested in coming back? And so again, it's a team effort to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our families. So in conclusion, this is a multi-year approach. It is a full team approach, not only our staff and families at Capitol Heights, but our regional office and our home office are in full support, and not only financially, but also with their presence on campus. We have measurable goals for our students, and the students know what those goals are and are actively working towards that. And we request that you renew our charter. And of course, I would love for you to come out and visit for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 2 speakers signed up. We have Tiana Leeks and Kamari Mark.
Okay, I don't do public speaking, so we both don't be a little nervous, but we gonna get through it. Hi, I'm Tiana. I'm a parent at Capitol Heights. I have a middle schooler and I have a 3rd grader back there as well. Thank you for supporting our child renewal next week. Sorry, that's me. I'm nervous. I'm a parent and a scholar of Capitol Heights. I am here today to urge Sacramento City Unified School District Board to authorize the renewal of the charter school. From the moment I enrolled, I felt a genuine partnership with the teacher and staff. The school has a strong commitment to build relationships with families. Teachers are accessible, communicative, and truly invested in children's success. I've always feel informed and heard, which is essential for productive parent-school relation. The administration's dedication to quality communication has been a highlight, ensuring we are well informed about school events and our children's progress. And I want to emphasize too, especially as Ms. Williams stepped in, it has been a big turnaround. My son has been to multiple schools in Sacramento, the public schools, and he's been at CHA for 3 years. So it's always been kind of like a change because he hasn't been quite comfortable. But at CHA, we feel at home. We feel like, as a single mom, I raise my kids alone. And I do feel like they say it takes a village to raise a kid. And I feel like, I'm trying not to get emotional, I feel like with CHA, I have gotten my village, from the principals down to the people who are cleaning. We have received our village. Am I supposed to stop? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You can finish what the sentence.
Beyond the strong communication, Capitol Heights Academy excels to create a positive and motivating environment. The school makes a point of celebrating scholars' achievements, which boosts our children's confidence, which my son, before coming to CHA, I'm gonna be very honest, he was reading at a first grade level, and that was 3 years ago. Clearly he wasn't in first grade. And now he's at grade level, and with this school year already, he's straight A's, and it looks like he's gonna get above. So want to highlight on that. Capitol Heights is more than just a school. It's a community that values its students, their families. The school focus on strong relationships, clear communication, and celebrating student success, creating an environment where my child feels supported and is thriving. Renewing this charter school is not about keeping school open. It's about continuing to provide a high quality, supportive, and engaging educational experience for our children and the families. I just ask for you as a mom, as a single mom, as somebody out here in the community, to please renew CHA Charter School, as it helped me and my children out a lot.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kamara, and I am in middle school at Capitol Heights Academy. I'm here to ask you to please renew our charter school. My teacher and staff at my school are super cool. They actually listen to us too. We think they're always talking to parents too, which is good because everyone is on the same page about my schoolwork. It feels like they really want to help me succeed. One of the best parts about my school is how they celebrate us when we do something good, like get a good grade on a test, win a competition. The whole school knows about it. It makes you feel proud. It makes you want to work even harder. It's really a positive place to be. Please don't close our school. It's not just a building. It's a place where I feel safe and happy and where I'm learning a lot. We have a great community, and I want to be able to finish middle school here. Please vote to renew Capitol Heights Academy Charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comment.
Thank you, Brian. This is an informational item, so do you have any comments from our board? Member Jean.
So I just wanted to clarify, at this time, we're being asked to consider a 2-year renewal to give them time to continue their action plan?
Correct. So when we have the vote in November, the decision will be to either non-renew or to renew for 2 years, pending them completing that action plan. At the end of that 2 years, they then can come back and ask for more. Or if they haven't met the metrics at that point, it's sort of clear what happens next.
Then I'm looking forward to your report that we'll get, I'm assuming, in October, so that we can make sure we have the info we need for that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean. Member Ibarra.
I was going to ask something similar, so I don't have to ask anymore. I'm just going to say thank you to Monica Cuellar for extending an invitation for me to come out. I appreciate it. And I want to know how the sneaker ball went. Did that already happen?
It's on Friday.
Okay. I'll check in Monday.
All right, moving on to our board workshop section. We're gonna go to item 12.1, which is approving our 24-25 year-end unaudited actual financial report for the 2025-2026 budget update.
Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, and community. I am Cindy Tao, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Tonight, I will present Agenda Item 12.1, the 24-25 unaudited actuals and 25-26 budget update, which is presented to you this evening with staff recommendation for approval of the 24-25 unaudited actuals report. Our core values and guiding principle at Sac City are equity, opportunity, and responsible resource use, ensuring every student has the widest post-secondary choices. Here's a list of acronyms. And before we begin, I want to pause to thank you, our incredible business services team, as well as our site and department staff partners. This year-end closing process requires immense effort with long, very long hours, late nights, and weekends devoted to ensuring every detail is accurate. We are profoundly grateful to our team for the dedication, determination, and commitment. It is because of their hard work that they were able to present timely and reliable financial information tonight. And we want to acknowledge and celebrate their contribution. Thank you, team. Here's the agenda for tonight. This slide shows our annual budget cycle. We're always closing the past year, managing the current year, and planning the next. Right now, we're at the blue arrow, approving the 24-25 unaudited actuals and updating the 25-26 budget. Before diving into the numbers, please note that the unaudited actuals is our year-end financial report that is based on actual data as of June 30th, 2025. These figures provide a clear picture of our financial standing before being reviewed by external auditors. Here's our 24-25 unaudited actuals. Total revenues were $705.3 million, and expenditures were at $846.9 million, resulting in a $141.7 million decrease in the fund balance. After accounting for required reserves and commitment, the year-end with a combined fund balance is $157.1 million, including $45.1 million unassigned. Oops. Let's look at revenues. Most of our funding, as you can see, 69% of our general fund revenue, it comes from our local control funding formula, also known as LCFF, which is our general purpose funding that is based on student attendance and enrollment. This is the backbone of our budget and what allows us to support daily school operations. We also receive 19% from other state programs, 8% from federal resources, and 4% from local revenues. This breakdown shows how much we rely on LCFF funding. Moving on to expenditures. The majority of our budget goes to people, those directly serving our students every day. We spent 37.5% on certificated salaries, 12% on classified salaries, and 28.5% on employee benefits. The remaining funds supported operation of 18.4% for services and 2.2 for books and supplies, and last 1.3 of capital outlay. This slide shows the ending balance of our other district funds. These funds are separated from the general fund and can only be used for specific purposes. Most of these funds ended the year with lower and positive balances. except for Fund 11, Adult Education, which I will talk about later in the presentation. These balances will carry forward into 25-26 to continue supporting their programs and projects. Before I get into the numbers, it's important to understand why we're comparing our 24-25 estimated actuals to our unaudited actuals. Estimated actuals are prepared in April to May as part of our budget adoption that was presented in June, while unaudited actual include all final year-end activity and actual true spending. This comparison shows the accuracy of our projections, highlights cost drivers, and strengthens the future budgets. This detailed table shows the comparison between our 24-25 estimated actuals and our unaudited actuals. The first table shows the estimated actuals were presented in June, and the middle table shows the actual year-end numbers. These are the actual non-projected numbers. The last table shows the differences by category for unrestricted, restricted, and combined. Overall, revenues came in about 10.9 million higher, and expenditures went up by 46.5 million beyond what was estimated in June. Year-end closing began in July and wrapped up just recently, less than 2 weeks ago. During this time, we processed a flood of last-minute activity, such as late payroll payments, unexpected invoices, unauthorized contract payments, emergency payments, and massive accruals. Many of these costs were never captured in the estimated actuals. I want to elaborate that year-end is one of the most critical and high-stakes moments in our entire budget cycle. It is the point where every final cost hits our book all at once, and it can dramatically shift our financial position overnight. These last-minute costs lower our ending fund balance and highlight the need for accurate forecasting, disciplined budgeting, timely payments, and consistent compliance with district processes. This reinforces why a strong year-end close is important to project the district fiscal stability. The next few slides include information we've already discussed, and it's also available in the board packet. So I'm going to move along to keep us on schedule. This chart compares our 24-25 estimated actual to our unaudited actuals for revenues. The blue bar shows that what was estimated back in June, and the orange bars show actuals in 24-25. As mentioned previously, overall revenues came in about 10.9 million higher than estimated. Now let's turn to expenditure, where we saw the biggest impact. The chart shows the 24-25 spending came in well above June estimate. Actual expenditures increased in both unrestricted and restricted funds, pushing the total far beyond projections. This sharp rise reflects the flood of year-end costs as mentioned prior and had a major impact on our ending fund balance. This bar chart highlights the impact of higher year-end expenditure on our fund balance. Our total ending fund balance from estimated is 195.4 million to 157.1 million, and the unrestricted portion dropped from 105.6 million to 62.35 million. This sharp decline shows how quickly year-end activity can shift our financial position, and these numbers are before any commitments are applied. Next, let's review contribution from unrestricted general fund. These funds support programs that cannot fully cover their costs, and this year contribution were higher than estimated, adding pressure on our fund balance. Contribution to restricted program increased to 15.5 million, including 13.6 million for special ed and 1.5 for routine restricted maintenance. Okay, this is a lot of information. This table compares 25-26 adopted budget and multi-year projection with unaudited actuals. While 24-25 ended with a positive unrestricted fund balance, projection shows the unassigned balance decline in 25-26 and turning negative in the following 2 years. After accounting for commitments, including the AB 1200 SCTA agreement, the 25-26 drops down to 42.9 million and continues to decline in the out years. This trend shows expenditures outpacing revenues and highlights the risks to the district fiscal stability without corrective action. Now let's take a closer look at the bottom line. The district ended 24-25 with positive fund balance, as mentioned, but current projection shows a serious decline ahead. After commitments are accounted for and the revenues and expenses held constant, the district is expecting to fall below the state-required 2% reserve as early as this year. Deficit will be projected at 42.9 million, 25-26, 70.4 million in 26-27, and 88.2 million in 27-28. This means expenses, again, is outpacing revenues, putting the district at risk of failing to meet reserve requirements and facing potential insolvency. So how did we get here? Timing is a major factor. Late invoices and payroll payments, overages, per diems, working out of class, vacation payouts, unconventional payroll items, substitute, STRS and CalPERS retirement penalties on those late payments. These are all unbudgeted, but they're dramatic when it comes to expenses. Other factors are actually unexpected costs that plays a big role, such as invoices that are being paid from prior years and unauthorized contracts from prior years. Together, these factors explain why unaudited actual often differ from the budget or unestimated. Understanding these differences is critical as we look at cash flow will reflect the changes. As you can see on this chart, our multi-year cash flow shows that 25-26 remain manageable all the way to June 26. Beyond that, cash declines sharply, and by the next 2 fiscal years, it could potentially fall as low as negative 125 million. Why is cash important? Because cash is king. It's actual money on hand to pay our bills, payroll, and daily district operation, and it changes constantly. Fund balance, on the other hand, is an accounting measure of total resources minus liabilities. In other words, it's revenues minus expenditures. A healthy fund balance doesn't guarantee cash availability if revenues are delayed. And some people do know I look at cash every single day. On a monthly basis, we need about $70 million just to pay our staff and to operate our school district. Please note that a clearer picture will emerge with the first annual report in December, reflecting budget updates from July through October. While the current outlook highlights challenges, it also gives us the opportunity to take action now. In conclusion, the District 24-25 unaudited actual reflects a decrease of 43.35 million in the unrestricted fund balance, leaving an ending balance of 62.4. This, as mentioned, the decrease primarily results from year-end closing accruals, paying all invoices at the end of the fiscal year as opposed to throughout the year. Higher than anticipated expenditure in staffing, contract services, benefits, and contribution to key programs. Looking ahead, projection through 26-27 and 27-28 indicates that reserve will fall below the state required minimum, and cash balances could potentially decline into negative very soon. These trend highlights the need for immediate action. The district is continuing to its right-sizing plan, updating procedures, refining assumptions, and improving forecasting accuracy. By aligning expenditures and revenues, closely monitor cash flow on a monthly basis, and implementing strategic measures, we can maintain financial stability and continue providing high-quality programs and services for our students. Staff recommends the board approve the 24-25 unaudited actuals report. Your guidance and oversight are critical as we address these challenges together. As always, thank you for your continued support. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Cindy. Do we have any public comment, Brian?
We do not.
All right, I'm going to move over to board discussion. Member Ibarra.
That was from the last one.
Oh, okay. My bad.
They both are
My mic is on, so I will say that was from the last one, just to clarify. All right, do we have any board discussion? Member Jean.
Thank you for this very sobering look at where we are. I know that a lot of money started setting in 2024 and 2025. Did that impact where we are right now as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy yes. The money sunset, and then we didn't necessarily stop providing the services that we had been getting or had been putting into place. And so we're still providing those, and so we're paying monies into that. So we've got to start talking about our priorities and those types of things to see where we can, yeah. I know this is an impossible question to answer. So your best guesstimate. You mentioned two things that pricked my ears. One was outstanding bills that were coming in unexpectedly, and then even more problematic, contracts that hadn't been approved. And I know you and Marking have been working really, really hard to clean up our contracting processes. Do you have a guesstimate of how much more liability we might have in those past decisions coming back to us?
No, I don't, but I can tell you how much we paid for 24-25 in unauthorized
You know what, that's
contract.
hard numbers, I'll take that.
62 million on total of unauthorized contract for 24-25. That started in September. That's not even July.
Yeah. So 24-25, 62 million in unauthorized contracts. Can you explain unauthorized contracts very briefly, just to make sure I'm
Unauthorized
understanding?
contract is a contract has not been authorized by the school district, but we provide a service ahead because we need to provide services to our students immediately. There could be an internal process in place or some issues in certain areas, but nevertheless, our students, we need support.
Is this predominantly for special education?
About 98% of that, yeah. I mean,
98%.
I
That's
just remember
predominantly.
because I just do.
Yeah.
I look at it all the time. So
Yeah. And like I said, I was asking impossible questions, so I really appreciate you directing us back to these hard numbers.
it is. There are multiple departments, like about 20, but yeah, SPED
Right.
takes most of it.
Yeah. Because when you mentioned the needs of our students and we have to meet them, yep, okay. I know I'm going to have more because my brain is processing a lot, but that's it for now. Thank you very much for a very clear and succinct explanation of very challenging realities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean. I don't see any more board discussion here, so I want to see if there's a motion to move.
I'll move.
All right. Member Navarro moved. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Member Benjamin with the second. We will start with our student preferential vote.
Aye. Aye. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 12.2. Staying in the same conversation, our budget right sizing update from Ms. Marking.
Thank you. All right, final presentation of the night. Ready? Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, and community. I'm Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer. This is item 12.2, a budget right-sizing update, which is presented to you this evening as information. Assistant Superintendent Cindy Tao thanked the team for all their work, and now I would like to extend a huge thank you to her for her leadership and tireless commitment to excellence. Cindy, we really appreciate you. At SUSD, we begin every conversation about finances with our core values. These core principles shape how we set up our budgeting systems and allocate resources to ensure that all students have an equal opportunity to succeed. Tonight, I'll walk us through the data points we now have, the two major challenges we face, what's ahead in the coming months, and the next steps for addressing our budget. This is a familiar slide. As you know, we have been implementing a 3-year right-sizing plan as required by the Sacramento County Office of Education. After developing this plan, 2024-25 was the first year of implementation, and now we find ourselves in 25-26, which is year 2. Each of you have a copy of this plan at your station in a bright red folder. Please find it and keep it in your hands. Tonight is not just a regular update or a progress check-in to let you know that we are doing well. We face some significant new challenges. Tonight's information is about threats to SUSD remaining fiscally stable, and it requires us to be more immediate in our actions than the current right-sizing plan you are holding identifies. Tonight, I'm sharing that we are and please join me in doing so, setting this right-sizing plan to the side, because we need a new plan of intensive corrective action before we can return to the work of this plan. Now, I will walk you through several points of information to share the challenges we face, our efforts to address them, and a timeline for action. Shared understanding and transparency, the key principles of our financial operations, are more important now than ever. First, we're going to circle back to data points that were not yet determined as of the last update, but certainly had impact on our overall financial standing. Recall we were waiting on 3 data points. The first was the 25-26 legislative adopted budget. The legislature adopted a budget that was similar to what was expected. While they made some late shifts and altered the governor's recommendations for investment amounts, the state adopted a budget that was slightly overall improved from our assumptions and thankfully did not include major reductions. Data point number 2 was the 24-25 unaudited actuals, which Assistant Superintendent Tao just provided to you and you approved. As you know, we ended with an unexpected deficit of just over $40 million as compared to our estimated actuals. This is a big change from the most recent prior years, which resulted in overall surpluses, largely due to the added budget capacity of one-time COVID dollars provided. We no longer have the luxury of hundreds of millions of additional dollars supporting supplemental needs and unexpected costs. Yet district-wide, just like our neighboring districts, sites and departments have unsustainable habits established by the years of additional funding. At the time of the last update, we were still in negotiations with our certificated labor partners, SCTA. The third data point we were waiting for was the total investment of that agreement and the impact of the AB 1200 budget estimates would have on the bottom line. Negotiations settled Friday, June 27th, and the board approved the AB 1200 on September 4th. The agreement was a sizable investment in certificated salaries, supports to our teachers, and additional staffing for holistic support to students. At each reporting deadline, we review and analyze our updated multi-year projection, or MYP. There is not a certification associated with the unaudited actuals, which this MYP is based on, but we're always prudent and heed the warnings this important barometer of fiscal health provides. You see here that we have a negative overall amount projected for each year, including the current fiscal year. The blue line at the bottom, labeled unassigned or unappropriated, indicates that we are projecting negative ending fund balances and an inability to meet the state-required minimum reserve amount. This is a major flag. This projection, though, will only come true if 1, everything we've planned plays out exactly as planned, 2, there are no unexpected expenditures, and 3, if nothing else happens. So while the final ending actuals for 25-26 will be different than these numbers you are looking at, as they are every year, the actions we take next determine if that outlook is an improvement or a decline from where we are at now. While the County Office of Education approved our adopted budget, their review of the subsequent certificated negotiated agreement provided this feedback. An important note here, so we're all on the same page, a going concern is an accounting term for a business or organization that is projected to meet its financial obligations for the fiscal year. The term enforces that the organization is projected to function without the threat of liquidation or ceasing for the foreseeable, which is usually regarded as the longer of at least the next 12 months or the specified accounting period. Though it is seemingly counterintuitive, an organization wants to be a going concern, as it indicates positive fiscal health, where rather a lack of going concern, or in this case, the county office note of not being a going concern, indicates an unknown ability to continue to operate with solvency based upon the known data and assumptions. We use the term right-sizing to describe the effort to balance our revenues and expenditures to ensure minimum required reserves and ongoing fiscal stability. This is a slide we have looked at several times. Although a simplification of very complex work, it is not just words on a screen. Right-sizing has been happening. I am proud of the progress that we have made and the new systems that we have in place. In a public organization of finite resources, balancing your budget requires more revenues and/or fewer expenditures. I am humbled by the belief in my leadership and the acknowledgement of the many challenges Business Services and Operations has tackled and improved since I joined the SCUSD team. However, it's important to understand that the challenges we are about to discuss are not solvable with the sharpening of pencils or refreshing of calculations. I am resourceful and tenacious, but I will not be able to resolve this on my own or just with more work within my team. For 2 years, I have provided recommendations based on best practices, creative ideas, and my own experiences. Tonight, I am feeling reduced to an information provider due to the magnitude of the challenges we face. Our options are limited to addressing the identified issues at the expense of something or some things that we currently believe we need. The question is, what are those some things? You may know Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities, a historical novel set during the French Revolution contrasting the tumultuous atmosphere of revolutionary Paris with the relative stability of London. Tonight, to understand our financial standing, I'm sharing it as a tale of two challenges, to break through some of the complexity and to offer a way for it to be remembered, and taking the opportunity to promote literacy with a book shout out at the same time. SUSD's budgetary data is projecting two distinct and significant financial challenges. Challenge number one is the projected multi-year deficit. This is a long-term structural problem where the district's expenses are projected to consistently exceed its revenues over multiple years, leading to a negative fund balance and inability to meet the state-required reserve amount. This is a strategic challenge that requires comprehensive long-term solutions, and our best mechanism for addressing the challenge of a projected multi-year deficit is through the budget development process. Challenge number two, and more urgent, is the projected current year cash insufficiency. This is a more immediate, tactical problem. The district's cash flow projections show that it may not have enough liquid funds to meet its short-term financial obligations, such as payroll and other payables, in the coming months. This requires an immediate response, and the faster, the better. First, and challenge number one, that's what we're going to break down first. We are going to look at the issue of the multi-year or structural deficit. Here's our multi-year projection again. You've seen this a few times now, including just a moment ago. Challenge number one, the multi-year deficit, is all about that negative ending fund balance and the inability to meet the reserve, which for SUSD is approximately $15 million a year. It's not uncommon for a district to face a projected deficit in the subsequent years. More concerning for us, the data indicates that if we stick to our budget plan exactly as it is right now, we end the year with a deficit below the state required minimum. Making reductions in the current budget year is very difficult and will require a full team effort to identify where our flexibilities are. If you have read the letter from the County Office of Education, you saw in notes that they find, in addition to the $23 million in the $23 million in staffing cost savings already projected for 25-26, SUSD needs to identify an additional $35 million in savings to remain solvent. To break down the math, the district already assumed $23 million in staff reductions next year, $8 million due to declining enrollment, fewer students, fewer staff. Additionally, SUSD assumed an additional $15 million in reductions to be identified during the budget development process for next year. After reviewing the projected cost of the certificated agreement AB 1200, the county office estimates that an additional $35 million in reductions will need to be made in order to absorb the additional investments that were made. First, we recognize that discussing reductions and changes of this magnitude will be difficult and will most certainly impact our community. Just so we are on the same page and you have an idea of the scale, the entire general fund LCFF unrestricted 0000 resource allocation for non-sites, which is primarily CERNA but also facilities transportation, this year is just over $75 million. So if current estimates are to reduce $58 million, it's difficult to conceive that it is easy as all from one area, or that we can realistically reduce district-wide operations by that much and continue with the same level of service expected currently. In addition, that number, the approximately $75 million at non-sites, provides for some critical staff that serve our students, such as centrally assigned safe schools officers and technology support specialists. It's very complex. All of this to say, the deficit, especially within the current year, is a big challenge. We have to figure it out as a district team. I cannot make the decisions on my own, and we will continue to seek the board's wisdom for clarity of direction as we make these difficult decisions. Another familiar chart, the annual contribution, which is primarily, but not entirely, to our special education program due to underfunding from the state and federal governments. While never about shame or blame, we have to look at the numbers and consider our finite resources. As you know, our contributions to special education have continued to grow and grow at no fault to the students with IEPs. Our right-sizing plan has always included the need for improved cost efficiencies and deceleration of the growth in dollars needed each year. I know that our special education leadership team has been working so hard to deliver on this goal. However, it's important for transparency and that the board knows, while we're understanding the concerning numbers that are already projected, the special education team's analysis projects they actually need another approximately $40 million that's not currently budgeted to meet their minimum services for the year. I recommend the board consider requesting another special education financial update in order to understand the impact and need of their request. As stated, the mechanism to address our projected future year deficits is the budget development process, which, as you know, is informed by leaders of every department in sight. To implement over $50 million in budget reductions will be incredibly difficult, and it is going to require creative thinking in order to problem solve, potentially combine departments, and to see the possibilities in operating differently as we go forward. Oops. Okay, so that was problem number one. Now we're going to shift to problem number two. That second challenge, which is the more concerning and urgent challenge, is the issue of a projected current year cash insufficiency. Here is a look at our 3-year cash flow projection, the projected amount of cash on hand each month. Remember, cash is different than budget. Cash is money out the door each month to make that payroll, vendor payables, and other commitments. I'm sure you are immediately drawn to the negative cash flow of the subsequent years. I agree this is concerning. However, as we right-size through the budget development process, we will have more control to improve it. I want to take your eye to the first box from the left, the current year projection. All months look okay, and then June looks very anemic, with only a small remaining balance at the end of this fiscal year. Yes, you could say, Chief Marking, it looks like we have cash to the end of the year. I don't disagree. However, June is currently projected to be positive only on a slim margin, and as an organization, we have a bad habit of unexpected expenditures, adding tens of millions of dollars to the budget each year. I can tell you the budget office has already received several requests just a few short weeks into the school year to add more dollars to budgets and to cover the cost of unexpected expenses. Additionally, we are currently bargaining with our SEIU labor partners, and economic proposals have already been made. The final ending agreement with our classified SEIU partners will require more cash expended than is currently projected, further creating concerns for the amount of cash we have on hand by the end of the year. What does all this data add up to? Yes, it is all projected, and I cannot tell you with 100% certainty what the final actuals will be. If anyone has the ability to tell me the future, please let's schedule a meeting. Yet, our financial data projection instruments serve the purpose of being a bellwether, our barometer, an alert system to bring our attention to threats of instability so we may address them and stay on course to our goals, which includes fiscal solvency. What I am here saying is that our data is alerting us to concerns. How we respond determines our future. Stability is always our goal. Board, you have observed my work for nearly 2 years. My commitment to following through on balancing the budget, maintaining local control, and eliminating cause for the county office to implement interventions. I take this very seriously. I have been honest and transparent with you every step of the way. You know that I will always own the good, the bad, and the ugly because when we know better, we do better. It is the recommendation of staff to bring the SCUSD team closer than they've ever been before, to work together, to take action, to resolve these issues both swiftly and locally. We have begun communicating that we plan to take immediate action to constrict the amount of cash we spend each month to fortify our cash position and reduce the threat of cash insufficiency by the end of the year. We will always start with attempting to increase revenues rather than reduce expenditures, and staff are exploring ways to do that. To constrict the amount of cash spent each month, we plan to slow general fund unrestricted spending in areas that will not affect classrooms or lawfully required services. These are not long-term solutions, but the efforts are to ensure the ability to cover payroll and maintain operations in the near term. Our right-sizing efforts to date have focused on maintaining student opportunities and programs, a commitment we hold paramount. While we anticipate difficult decisions ahead to balance the budget, we will continue to prioritize student success. Okay, last stop before we move on. I have already highlighted it, but I come back to it again. SCUSD, no one in particular, it's in our DNA, has a bad habit of uncontrolled, unbudgeted, unexpected expenses, from unauthorized contracts to prior year invoices and compliance penalties, as just a few examples. Unplanned expenses arrive in business services almost daily. We no longer have the capacity to take on these expenses without derailing other plans. An unbudgeted expense means that something budgeted will have to wait. Uncontrolled expenditures will only expand the two challenges we currently face. Now more than ever, we have to reprogram our habits and change our spending culture. So that's it. Two big challenges. Number one, the projected multi-year, including current year deficit and inability to meet required reserves. And number two, projected cash insufficiency concerns for the end of this fiscal year. That was a lot of information. It's a lot to process, one big challenge, and I have just outlined two. We're going to start wrapping this up by discussing what is coming up. Take a couple of breaths. Here we go. Our challenges require quick action, especially the cash concerns. The next reporting period is first interim in December. First interim reflects actuals through October 31st, so we only have 6 weeks, a 6-week window for any improvements to be reflected in our first interim report. Based solely on the projected data today, first interim would be a negative certification. We are going to do everything possible to improve that outcome. However, swift action is imperative. As we move towards second interim in March, with actuals through January 31st, we're striving for changes that will reflect at least a qualified certification. By that time, we will also have preliminary data on the changes identified in the budget development process. If second interim is a negative certification, and I'm not assigning likeliness to that being the outcome, but a negative certification at second interim will most certainly initiate external intervention from the County Office of Education and/or FCMAT. Stick to the plan. The board adopted budget guiding principles, and those improved internal controls are aligned with and reinforce everything we need to do to retain local control. As we face difficult decisions, our LCAP remains as our presiding goals document, identifying the priorities that are most important, and ensuring compliance with laws and regulations, our labor contracts, and other committed agreements will always be the first thing we ensure is budgeted. Lastly, next steps. Throughout the course of our budget right-sizing, I have continually highlighted the need for us to work together in order to be successful. Now, more than ever, working together is the nucleus of our success. I believe that Team Sac City can take on seemingly insurmountable challenges and prove that our commitment to each other is unbreakable. The success of our team effort is in our collective mindset. If we retreat to factions, if we fall into blaming each other, if we can't separate the good of the whole from individual needs, then how can we expect to resolve any of these challenges or others? Further, I know that for some it will be difficult to hear all of this information and not feel like it's a repeat narrative of gloom and doom that will never come true. I understand that perspective, and I can only vow that we are here reporting the best information we have, and that we will continue to provide transparent and updated information as it is available. I can't promise that we have a crystal ball or a perfect forecast because we don't. However, for me, and I believe I speak for all of us, the budget belongs to our community and students. Our resources are too few for the responsibility we have. If there are feelings of doubt or mistrust, let's work through them together, because there is nothing to hide. This slide is a very quick, very high-level summary of everything you've just learned and the call to action in order to address budgetary challenges. I'm happy to address any questions or feedback you might have. Thank you so much for your time and partnership in this work.
Thank you so much, Janae. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to a board discussion. If folks have questions, comments for Janae and her team.
I probably do. I just need a little time to process.
Go ahead.
I do want to thank you for putting this together. It's a lot, things like this need to take a little bit of time to digest. But I think you did a really, really good job of just presenting and putting in front of us exactly what we're up against. And we got some work to do, but I'm definitely going to digest this, and I'll have some questions at a later date.
Thank you so much, Member Benjamin.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions, but I will try to close out with this, which is also thank you. I know it's a difficult conversation, and I think we need everyone's partnership in finding solutions to truly right-size our budget. I would just say out loud that my projected concerns include concerns from the federal government, and yes. One of those concerns, and I've said this out loud, is that a lot of us feel that we got to win this year when the budget came through from the feds. But as someone who's obsessed with federal policy, I will tell you that came through because Congress had already passed something, and there's nothing our president could have done to stop the money from coming. But I have real concerns about next year and whether the feds will follow through on their promises and the type of things that they will go after. So I just want to put that out there, not to create more fear on top of the presentation, but we live in I think we have to live in a realistic world, and these are the realities that we're facing. So thank you. And Member Jean, go ahead.
Thank you. I just needed some time. As I'm listening to you, I appreciated that you started with the idea of we need a shared understanding and we need transparency.
Yes.
Finances and school finances are particularly complicated. I was chatting with a friend, and she owns her own business, and I was trying to explain to her why it's hard. And I'm like, so imagine this and this and that. And she goes, that's crazy. And I said, yes, welcome to what we have to do and how we have to make decisions and have conversations. So I appreciate your approach of how do we start building a shared understanding for the 5 of us / 7 of us on the board with our expertise and our staff. But also thinking through, we've got 5 labor partners as well as unrepresented, so 6 groups of folks that also need to have a shared understanding, as well as our community. Yep. Because the truth is our budget has been a battleground in previous iterations, which means I don't know that there's a lot of trust or a lot of understanding. And so how do we start communicating and educating and understanding together and do it in a transparent way? And I thank you for the last 2 years where you've demonstrated who you are and how you want to lead and how you want to do budgets. And I think that's going to be such an important part of how we continue to move forward. I also really appreciated you kind of re-emphasizing that the unaudited actuals are like, here are our plans. Here's what we will hopefully see happen. But the truth is you reiterated it multiple times, these unexpected expenditures that keep coming, and that we've got a bad habit. We've got a cultural approach to things that has to change. Mm-hmm. And then we're really hoping that nothing else happens. And the reality in our current world, as Member Singh just mentioned, we don't know what's going to happen federally. We don't know what's going to happen statewide. We don't know what's coming. We've got a governor election next year. I mean, there's just so many realities of all of that. I also appreciated you reemphasizing that it's can we get more revenue? What does that look like? and fewer expenditures. What does that mean? And I've been really processing in terms of how do we have rich conversations around our priorities? We have been so blessed. When I got elected and seated almost 3 years ago now, which is hard to believe, there was like $100 million sitting there that we got to play with that had for years been approached. I still remember my first board meeting when the thought was, well, we really need to have a 5% reserve and I'm sitting here going, we got 100, are you kidding? No. And so I appreciate the ways in which changing our leadership, hiring you, seeing the board change its priorities and change that direction has led us to be, no. We're going to spend money on the students who generated it, and we're going to spend it as close to them and their needs and their resources and their education as possible. And we've made a lot of priorities along the way to make that happen. We're at a point now of needing to look at those priorities and go, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So what are actually our priorities? One of my friends likes to say, you can have anything you want, but you cannot have everything you want. And so I think part of the conversation we're going to have to start having as the overseers of the budget is, what is our anything? Because it can't be everything. And that's going to be some hard conversations. I really appreciate you talking about our two distinct challenges. I had for years been seeing that multi-year reality, particularly with the one-time monies and all of the things that you've been analyzing and looking at in our budget in the last 2 years, and our beautiful right-sizing plan. That was just amazing. And then realizing that there are still other factors that are at work and at play that led to the liquid fund space we are in now, of what do we do about our current cash flow. And it definitely hit me hard as I started realizing that was going to be our conversation this year, right now. I was hoping we would have more of that long-term, let's do this together and let's make the hard decisions. This year's going to be some deep conversations. I appreciated your reality that this is going to impact our communities. So how do we ensure that we're communicating effectively, educating effectively, and moving forward together in partnership? Thank you for the suggestion. Yes, we need to know more about SPED and SPED spending. And we need to very cognizantly have difficult conversations about the realities of our most needy students and their right to the public education, and the reality that it is asking more and more and more than we have to give, which is impacting so much else. I don't know how to balance that conversation, but we have to find a way to have that. It's like, who needs to be in those rooms? Who needs to be part of these conversations? What are the questions we need to answer together? And then ultimately, the 7 of us are the decision makers, which means what information do we need to feel like we are confident in the decisions that we're making as they get tougher to make. I really liked your mentioning of these unbudgeted, unexpected, uncontrolled things start taking priority. And that feels like then we're not actually making our priorities. So how do we start choosing our priorities effectively so that other things are not taking that decision away from us?
Yes.
And I think that was all my actual notes. I don't have any specific question. Let me take that back. I had one question, but you essentially answered it, but I do want to reiterate it. At this point, we have settled with one of our 5 labor partners.
That is correct.
We are in negotiations with another, and there are proposals on the table.
Yes.
And because we are good faith bargainers, those will stay on the table.
Of course.
But they are not budgeted.
Yes.
So the current reality is we've already committed to more money than even is in the budget at the moment.
That is correct.
And then we still have 3 other labor partners who have sunshined but not officially begun. So there's no proposals, which means nothing's been committed, but we're looking at this. And then, of course, we have a group that doesn't bargain, but is usually somewhere in the space of where all the bargain happens.
Correct.
So this is tricky.
It is. And that's why we have to do it together.
Yes. Thank you for that. We got to be in this together. You're right. I think the last thing, we have done a phenomenal job focusing on the whole child. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of every whole child and what they need as we make our priority conversations. And I think that's everything I have to say. Thank you for listening and letting me ramble through a lot of ideas, because this is a lot to take in. And I'm looking forward to further conversations, and I'm sure you'll get an email from me with more questions.
Anytime.
Once my brain starts chewing. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Member Jean. For Vice President G.
All right, I don't see any other comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
All right, folks, with that, we have our upcoming meetings, October 2nd, same time, October 16th, same time. As always, our meetings are at 5 o'clock for our first session, then we go to closed session, then our board meetings are at 6 o'clock, always have been. Okay, thank you. Adjourning, bye.